If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. It is so lovely to be back. Well, I mean, I don't feel like I haven't been anywhere. I haven't been on air with you, but I haven't been anywhere. I've been working on Yarn Lane for the last 4 weeks, and John's been really kind to do my shows for me so that I can get ahead a bit because I've got some fantastic things planned for you. But it's really lovely to be back on air. I've missed my Monday morning. Seems a bit odd not having to go to bed early on a Sunday night. So it's really nice. And I've got Wendy Orlando today, which is even more exciting. There she is. Give us a wave, Wendy. But we've got other things before we've got Wendy on for 3 hours, but I'm going to talk to you about today's early bird first, and then we'll go through what we've got for you on Yarn Lane. So the early bird today, Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, sorry, it's because I'm thinking about it, because I've spent the last 4 weeks purely working on Yarn Lane. But the early bird today is the fantastic stitch remover. I love that. I don't know why have we got it as an early bird? Because it always sells really well anyway. But look at that, £24.99, £4 off today. It is wonderful. I was having a go of it earlier. I mean, I've used it before. It's brilliant, obviously, for unpicking seams. So I bought a pair of curtains last week off of eBay from a house clearance, and they smell very nice. I'm going to make a dress. Anyway, I had to undo all of these curtains. I wish I'd had one of these at home because I had to unpick them all before I put them in the washing machine because it unpicks seams so quickly. So I asked Wendy earlier, I said, since you've got the sewing machine out, can you do me a seam? So I have 2 seams prepared here, and I'm going to show you how it works. So basically, it's really good. You just turn it on. I mean, in the pack, let me show you. This is the box that you'll get. This is our box. So you get the manual, you get the stitch remover, you get the brush, the air to clean it out, and you get the plug so that you can charge it all up. So that's what you'll get. This is my box, I've taken it out. So we've charged it up already, but everything you need is in here. And you turn it on and it just vibrates. Can you see? And it doesn't cut. Although I just tried it on my arm and I discovered it actually does take the hairs off your arm, so I've got a bit of a stripe now. But it is actually very safe, so it won't cut you. It's not like using one of these electric scissors. Actually, they don't cut you. But anyway, very safe, so don't worry about it. And then look, I've got a seam here. All you have to do, turn it on, And then and it just cuts through. I mean, look at that. Look how quick. I wish I'd had this fun flicking these curtains. I think they were super sewn because they had heading tape on and everything. But isn't that amazing? So if you've got to unpick seams, and what's the best thing? You know, if you're using, say, scissors or a seam ripper, you can end up cutting the fabric. Really annoying if you undo a big seam, because you know what it's like when you're undoing a seam. You start off really slow and really carefully, and then you get a bit bored and you rush it. But because this doesn't cut, it won't cut the fabric, it will only cut the thread, then you're not at risk of cutting the fabric itself. It's really quick. Look at that. Amazing. Look at that. Now, see, now I'm getting a bit on a roll, a bit excited. So let's just undo a little bit more of this one. But just to show you, so if you do it where it's flat, so when you get a bit faster, look, you can just go all the way down like that. Look at that. Oh, you can go around all sorts. Look at that. That is fantastic, isn't it? What it's also good for is unpicking embroidery, which may seem like a really odd thing. Why would you do embroidery and then unpick it? But you know when you buy some things and they've got embroidery on them, and maybe you don't want the logo, or you don't want that bit on, or maybe you've got an embroidery machine and it's done some quite intense embroidery and it's wrong, almost impossible to unpick. But with this, it's brilliant, because what you do is on the back of the fabric, not on the front, you just keep running over it with the stitch remover. Oh look, there you are, just like that. And if you do it long enough, it will just remove all of the embroidery. So if it's something that you've bought that you don't want that logo on, or if you've done something on your sewing machine you don't want it on, because it won't cut the fabric, then you can really remove it. You know when your machine's gone a little bit wrong and you've got all of this mess of loopy loops all over the back of it, and you think, oh, how am I going to undo all of that? This is absolutely perfect for it. So £24.99, absolute bargain. I don't know why it is. We've got it on an early bird. It's wonderful, isn't it? There we go. Look, should we get a close up? At £29.99, it's always really popular then, but ours is £24.99. So we're on our last stock at the moment for our early bird, and when we get it back in stock, it's going up to £34.99 because we realised that we were selling it too cheaply. So we've got it on the early bird at £24.99, but when we get it back in stock after all of these have gone, it will be £34.99. So it's really, really worth getting hold of today. It's just one of those really useful gadgets that you have in your sewing arsenal that will make a massive difference, because you see how quickly it is to undo a machine. I mean, there's lots of tools that we have that really only do one job, but they are absolutely brilliant at it. And this will just unpick your seams, and it is absolutely brilliant at it. And it's nice and quiet as well. Oh, we've got some reviews as well, what to say. It took less than no time to separate the pieces of an old and overlocked garment for me to hack into a new one. Yeah, no, that is true. It's when you're trying to undo something, particularly overlocking, because you've got two low rows of stitching. You've got the normal seam, and then you've got the overlocked edges. It takes ages to undo that, but with this, it's brilliant. And honestly, if you're unpicking a pair of curtains and it's got heading tape on, I wish I'd had these. It took me absolutely ages to do that. We've got another review from Sarah. I thought this would be a gimmick, but it's brilliant. So much faster than a seam ripper and doesn't damage the fabric. You won't regret buying this, because we all start off nice and slow when we undo seams, but I then end up ripping it because I can't bother to wait, or try and do it, and then you end up cutting the fabric. But because this will not cut the fabric, it will only cut the thread, just because of the way that the small blades are engineered. It's worth it, really, really worth it. And I know we like to think we won't be unpicking seams, but we will. We always unpick seams. And one other review from Diane. What a brilliant little tool. Comfortable to hold, tears away stitches so quickly without cutting into fabric. Good for close embroidery stitches too. Yeah, it's whether they're ones that you've got because they were already on the garment and you want to remove it, or whether it's something you've done yourself, particularly if you've got an embroidery machine. The embroidery is so intense. I mean, look at that, just if you wanted to remove a pocket. And something like that, you know, when you want to take a pocket off, you have to be so careful, because if you cut the fabric at all, you'll always see it. Amazing. Look at that. Really, really popular this morning. I love the, we've got another video. Can we show that one? Where he's removing his logo. Old work logo. That's quite nice, really. Yeah, I think I had that. I know people are always waiting for it to get back on, but do remember that it will be going up to $34.99 when we get them back in stock after this. I don't know why it's $24.99. Any idea? Anyway, look, let's not question it. It's $24.99. That's what it will cost you today. So basically, you're saving your postage. You save £4. The P&P, if you haven't shopped with us before, is $3.95 per day. Doesn't matter how many times you shop or how much you buy. Anything that you buy between now and midnight, whether it's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, or Yarn Lane, it's only $3.95 postage. So basically, if you buy this today, you are saving your postage. Perfect. And it's quite quiet as well, isn't it? It's amazing, isn't it? I just would like to know how it works, because it doesn't cut you, it doesn't cut the fabric, but it does cut the thread. Strange. So we want just to get a price comparison for you so that you can see that obviously this is a fantastic price. You found it somewhere else. Clearance was $59.99 and is now $29.99. Wow, which was our price, and we're now $24.99. So £60. But it's great because it's rechargeable as well. You know, you don't have to have it all plugged in all the time. Just charge it up. But if it runs out of charge, you can run it off the mains. So you can just use it on the mains. But we rarely ever charge it. We had to check it this morning because we haven't charged it for ages. But it's just a wonderful gadget. Brilliant gift as well. I mean, if you know someone who's a sewer, it's often, you know, you think, have they got these? You can be guaranteed they probably haven't got one of these. That's a fantastic gift for someone. Or if you're watching this and you know someone who would like to, it's got a little birthday coming up, little anniversary, just a general thank you for being a lovely person. Christmas, I know Christmas is months away, but always nice to get a little bit ahead. At this price, it's really worth getting, because remember, by the time Christmas comes around, if not before, they will be up to $34.99. So that's our early bird today. We'll leave that with you. Loads and loads in baskets. Please do check out, because obviously when they're gone, and then they will go back up to $34.99 when we get the new stock in. So let's have a look and see what's coming up on Sewing Street this morning. So now, which is 8 o'clock, we have got Wendy, who's already here, who's designed a brand new design, the Tapestry Bag. And we've got some beautiful fabric. She's going to be showing us how to do that. It's our own kit with all the lovely instructions. We can show you how to do that in just one moment. 9 o'clock, fabulous fabrics. It's all about the sort of the heavyweight, more furnishing, upholstery type fabrics today, and canvases. And we've got some beautiful prints for you as well. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Wendy's back with English paper piecing. She's going to show us how to make this fantastic paper kites cushion. It's a design by Lou Orth. If you love EPP, you'll love this. If you've never tried EPP, you need to. Oh, that's the Tapestry Bag. Thank you, Elliot. That was the Tapestry Bag, not the paper kites cushion. So 10 a.m. is all about the mindful wonderfulness of EPP. You'll really enjoy that. 11 o'clock, sewing room tools. I'm really excited about this because we've got loads of zips. I keep running out of zips all the time. I had to buy myself a load the other day, and we have got some wonderful packs of zips. And at 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane. Yay! And even more excitingly, it's number 3. Month 3 in our block of the month. So any of you who have not seen that before, you're going to love this. It's all about learning to knit and crochet. And every month we bring you a new block, and then you can make a whole blanket by the end of the 6 months. But if you haven't been with us before, don't worry. We have got blocks 1 and blocks 2. But today is block 3, so you can join us at any point in the block of the month journey, but no, today is number 3 with Wendy. So the Tapestry Bag. Now we've got 3 kits, so I'm going to quickly run through those before we come across to Wendy, just so you can see what we've got. So we've got this beautiful, here's the 3 different colourways. This is just one of them. Isn't it gorgeous? Fully lined, handles, shoulder strap with swivel clips, and it's in this gorgeous New World tapestry fabric, which is a lovely heavyweight sort of curtain fabric. Very handy pocket on the front as well. So there are 3 colourways. So in the kit you get the full instructions written by Wendy with photographs, walkthroughs, everything that you need to do. Extremely comprehensive. 24 photos. That really does tell you everything you need to know. In this bundle, this one is called, what is the Little Aztec. So you get 1/2 metre of the fabric. Now I'm going to show you the fabric so you can see what it's like. It is an upholstery sort of curtain, well, almost heavier than a curtain, sort of a quality curtain weight fabric. Very wide. It's 150 centimetres. 150 centimetres. You get 1/2 metre of that. It's lovely. It's a really lovely heavy, I mean, it's perfect for the outside of a really nice structured bag. So you get 1/2 metre of that for the outside and the handles and the straps. And you get 1/2 metre of the navy canvas, which is not as stiff as that. So that's used for the lining. But those look beautiful together. That's bundle number 1. And that's 1949. Bundle number 2, what is this one called? Little Holland. So again, you get 1/2 metre. Let me show you what the fabric looks like. Isn't it beautiful? Really lovely sort of jewel tones, but not really sort of primary, a bit more muted. But it's clever, isn't it? The way that it's woven with the sort of the warp threads in one colour and the weft in the other. It gives it a beautiful sort of 3D texture. It's lovely, isn't it? It's like sort of a mosaic. But you can see how the warps and the wefts are woven and how it changes the colours of the way that it goes. Beautiful. So that's Little Holland. In that one, you get 1/2 metre of the upholstery curtain weight fabric and then 1/2 metre of the red canvas. So this is the bag that Wendy's going to be demonstrating to show you. So you'll see the real thing in just one moment. And obviously you get the instructions too. So you get all the fabric and all the instructions. And then the final bundle, which is for the bag that I've got here, is 1/2 metre of this one, which is called Basket Weave. I love the colourway on this. You've got sort of reds moving into greens and oranges and ochres. It's really lovely, but it gives you a really nice sort of sense of texture and perspective and almost a 3D look. And I think it is because it's not a printed fabric, it is woven. And because of the difference in colours between the warps and the wefts, you get this beautiful colour change effect. So that's that one, and you get 1/2 metre of the cream canvas, which is used for the lining and for the binding bits, and obviously the instructions too. So all you have to do is choose which one of the colourways you want. Tricky, I know, but but are they? Oh, they're very equally. I'm not sure which one I like the best actually. I think it may be the New Holland. I think. So you will also need some wadding to put inside it. We've used Wendy's used the H640, which is the fusible wadding. So you will need a metre piece of that, which is £9.99. That's that on the screen. So if you haven't got any wadding, you'll need that. And you will also need swivel clips, which I have. Let me show you. So we have swivel clips. Let me move my bundles in nickel. £1.99, you need 2 of them, one either end. You will need D-rings, and you just need 1 pack of these because you need 2 of them, but there's 4 in a pack. Oh, should I turn them around so you can actually the right way up? So you will need a pack of those because you need 2 of them. Now we've got them in nickel, but we also have them in gold, brass, depending on what colourway you want. And if you want, but you don't have to, and Wendy hasn't used that, you can have a magnetic snap to hold the top closed. So we do have those as well if you want a magnetic snap just to hold it closed. Oh, we just had a question. Susan has said, hello, is there a zip closing to this bag? No. I mean, you could put one in if you wanted to put one in, but no, there's not, which is great because I think often people are put off a bit by zips. But obviously, you know, if you know how to put in zips and you want to do that, feel free. You know, this is Wendy's pattern, but obviously you can adapt it to how you want. But if you don't want to put a zip in, you don't need to. A magnetic clasp will be fine, or you don't have to have any clasp at all. And that is everything. So all you need to do is decide which of the 3 kits you want to buy. So good morning, Wendy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So excited to be back with you.
I know, I'm excited. Isn't that?
Finally.
Aren't I lucky?
Well, we
back.
do chat. We do chat a lot, but
We
haven't seen
do.
each
Actually, we
other.
might not actually get any sewing done at all today, or knitting, or crochet. We'll just be chatting.
We might just be chatting.
So tell me about the bag, Wendy. What provided you with the inspiration to come up with this design?
I, as you know, I'm a crafter. I do everything. And I wanted a bag that wasn't too big or too small. So when I'm on the go, then I could just pick it up and put it down. And the reason it hasn't got a zip, it is a very good reason. I just wanted it to be my craft bag. And if I'm working with crochet in there and I've got a strand of wool coming out, I didn't want it to catch on anything, and of course it would if you had a zip. And the strap is completely detachable, and you don't have to have it if you don't want it.
Right, okay.
It's just that sometimes when I'm getting things from the car, I run out of these. I don't have any hands.
Yeah, that's true.
But I've made this one so that it sits on my hip. Because normally I make lots of bags and I tend to have them as shoulder bags. But this one, I just wanted to have it just...
Okay, so you can make your strap any length you want, or you don't have to have that
any
if you
length
don't want.
you want, of course.
Perfect for shopping as well, isn't it?
It is.
I know it's a craft bag, but it'd be really good for shopping as well.
It is, and I wanted something that you could just put down and it was stable enough just to stay there. And this tapestry
That's the great thing about this fabric,
it's
isn't it?
amazing.
It's so, well, I wouldn't say it's not stiff, but it's very structured, isn't it?
It is structured. And also we've put it with canvas, because normally we'd put it with cotton.
Yeah.
But this time we've put it with canvas because that gives it even a little bit more rigidity. And just it oozes class as well, doesn't it? It's just a really, really nice
It's
bag.
a really beautiful quality. I mean, you can tell it's a woven upholstery fabric, isn't it?
It's amazing to work with. The only thing that
beautiful.
I will say is it does tend to fray.
Okay.
I have pre-made the pieces and I didn't overlock them. Maybe if you wanted to overlock them once you've cut them out, but I wouldn't make it and think, oh, I'll make that in a month, 2 or 3 months' time. I cut it out as you're going to make it.
Okay.
And that's the same with the canvas material, but it's such beautiful quality material, then that's just a small price to pay for a little bit of fraying. But yeah, if you make it pretty much the same time as when you
and then rather than putting it put it away very carefully somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
it's not major. It's just that it does have a tendency to do a little bit
but that's
of fraying.
because it's woven. That's what happens.
Yeah,
isn't it?
and that's what you get with the quality. So you can't have everything, can you?
So where do we start?
Right. Well, I have done quite a bit of prep because a lot of it is just sewing straight lines. In the instructions, with the strap, it tells you to cut a certain length, but you're cutting off the width of fabric. Now, I would do that first because if you start chopping away with all the other pieces, we need that length.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So you need to cut your strap from across the whole width.
And the width of fabric, I have explained this before, but yes, it's the width of the fabric.
So you cut all the way across, and then, because if you cut out the other pieces, it might not be long enough. So cut your strap first.
Which is not an issue because you could join it, but the thing is, it's such a heavyweight material that if you do put a join in it, especially on a strap, you're going to have a stiff bit in the middle, which you probably don't want to. And with that, I mean, I'm a shorty, you know, I could do with another 6 inches, but I know that I'm short. I've done it to sit on my hip. If you are a little bit taller, then just cut the whole width of fabric out and cut it down later.
Right.
Rather than just cut what I tell you to do.
That
do
makes
the whole
sense,
width.
doesn't it?
Because, you know, as I say, I am on the shorter side. So if you want that longer one just to sit on your hip, or you could make it shoulder, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so it's worth cutting your strap to the full width and then choosing later.
I've given you all the dimensions in here because obviously I want you to make it to the size that I've done. But if you are a little bit taller, or as I say, if you only want it as a shoulder, but cut the width out first, just a little tip.
It's quite nice. You could use the other side of the fabric if you wanted it light.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I really like the other side on all these fabrics, especially I can't think what that one was called, like the Aztec-y one. That's my favourite. I absolutely adore that one. Little Aztec, yes.
Because it's woven, you still got the same colours. It's just a bit more muted.
It is. So you could use either side if you wanted to. Okay. So the instructions, it tells you what to cut out. So just cut all your pieces out, which I have done already, and then it's just a case of putting it all together. Now this is a really, really simple, easy make for someone that's maybe new to bag making. Just wants, I mean, it just looks more complicated than it is, but I like doing that. I like to make something look a bit more complicated.
So if you're a beginner, is the fabric okay to work with?
I think so, because it pretty much stays where you put it.
Yeah, it's not going to stretch about.
No. Apart from, as I say, there's a little bit of fraying, but it's a very rigid fabric, so definitely.
Nice thing to start with.
And when you cut it, especially with this, because no, this one mainly, you've got the lines that you can follow as well to cut your straight line first.
So yeah, so
Straight
you
line.
can just cut along the line, so it's perfect. And I
Yes.
presume all the instructions tell you the pieces to cut out.
Yeah, so every single piece is
Anything
in
you
there.
need? Should we just check? Should we just
Oh
check?
yeah, check. But I do what I always do, and I say don't cut out the lining or the back until you've made the front. Now,
Right.
I know a lot of patterns, they get you to cut out all the pieces. I'm very much of, why don't you make the back to fit the front and then the lining to fit the back
Right,
and the front.
okay.
I always make
Yeah.
my patterns, and a lady did message me saying that hers didn't come out the same size as mine. We all different. We all have different machines. Even if
Yeah.
we're doing a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, then it may be out a bit. So as long as your back, your front, and your lining,
Yes, okay. Yeah,
Then
no,
that's
that's
fine.
a really good tip for a beginner as well,
it
isn't
is.
it?
As a beginner, I want people to get into sewing. I
Yeah.
don't want them to be scared.
So do the front first.
Exactly. So we're going to do the front first, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create this section here.
Okay.
This section here with the pocket.
With the pocket.
Now, I like to have a lining in my pocket. I don't like just to turn the edge. I
No.
like to have it lined all the way through.
Well, it's a bit more hard wearing then, isn't it?
And it's super, super easy to do that. So all we need to do is, and as I say, the pieces are all in there. The lining is very slightly bigger than the main fabric. And what that will do is it will give us this almost like binding effect.
Yes.
So it's very clever.
Yeah,
Then
I
all
like
we
that.
do is you take your two pieces and you place them right sides together. There is a definite right side to the canvas. It doesn't matter if you don't do it because you can see, when you went up close you can see, but no one's going to notice.
Yes. We've got a question from Leslie.
Yes.
Could you use pinking scissors? Love seeing you both together.
Oh.
Love, Leslie. Oh, thank you, Leslie. It's lovely being together.
It
We
is,
spent
I
so
know.
long talking on the phone. It's actually nice to be together again. Could you use pinking shears?
You could use pinking shears. I don't like to line the little, whatever they're called, like the mountains.
Yes.
I'd rather be working against a straight edge, but if someone wants to use pinking shears, then that's
Well, I guess
absolutely
you
fine.
could, after you'd sewn it, you could
Yes.
pink the seam allowances, couldn't you?
Or what you could do is actually overlock them afterwards once you've sewn the
Oh,
seam
right,
if you
okay.
really want to do, but they're all going to be hidden inside this.
So it doesn't really matter. Okay.
So all we're going to do is put right sides together, and I'm using a 1/4 of an inch seam, and it's used throughout. So as I say, you'll have the lining fabric is slightly longer than the front. Okay. So I'm just going to sew the two together, put raw edges together with a 1/4 of an inch seam.
So a few of you've messaged, is the pattern available on its own? No, it's not. It's only available with the kit, with the bundle of the fabric and the pattern all together. Because the thing is this pattern has been designed to go with this fabric. So yes, you could use, once you've got the pattern, you've bought the kit. If
Definitely.
you then want to make others from your own fabric, that's fine. But it really has been designed with this fabric in mind because it has this heavier sort of more structured look to it.
And as I say, I wanted a bag that you could just plop down, and
Yeah.
I've got all my knitting, my crochet in there.
It's
and
perfect for that.
it is, isn't it? So now I've just sewn my 1/4 inch seam there.
Right.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this fabric here, and a top tip to do with this one is you want to press this excess fabric over the lining.
That's a very nice iron you've got there, Wendy.
Oh, thank you.
That's our new iron, isn't it? I love
I
them.
have one of these at home.
Have you?
Not this particular one.
What, an iron then?
And I.
I've got an iron as well. Amazing.
A cordless iron.
Right.
But I don't have the facility to clip it to the base.
Oh, okay.
So very often I'm working away, I put it down, forget to put it back on its base, and then it's gone cold. This is genius
It
because
actually clips if you want
it clips
to.
if you want to, but then you can take it around. Sorry, I will be getting one of those. And then all we do is we put the raw
They're
sides.
$49.99 those, and we've only got 2 left in stock. So if you want one,
Okay.
get them quick before Wendy gets one
Exactly.
because it won't be long.
And then we place wrong sides together now. Raw edges, wrong sides. And as we press towards that crease, a little bit of magic happens here. When you turn it over, you've now got that dummy binding at the edge here. Now, because I ironed to the lining side, that has now got 3 layers of fabric.
Okay, so
and
it's got the main underneath.
Really
so
stiff.
it becomes like a binding.
It does.
Magic,
And then
that.
you can either sew on it, or I like to sew just underneath it so you can't see.
And you see, Wendy's worked out all the measurements for you, so you don't have to think them through the maths of that one about how much do I make it longer, how does it fold up, because all that's in the instructions for you. That's what takes the time with these patterns, isn't it?
Oh, then you pick them and unpick them and pick them.
And you think, why does that not work then? And you think, oh yeah, I need to add an extra,
Exactly.
But that's what takes the time
Exactly.
to create these.
So now what we're going to do, we're just going to put them on the front. And this is what makes it rigid, because I've now got 3 layers of fabric, and these are thick fabric. So we just place your pocket on the front of one of the panels.
So you could put a snap fastener on the pocket, couldn't you,
could.
if you wanted to?
Or you could put a snap fastener inside just to hold it together if you wanted to. But as I say, I didn't want anything compromising
extra,
my crochet or knitting on my wall.
Perfect for your stitch markers.
Ooh. Yes.
That's if you do knitting and crochet.
Now,
little stitch
you can
markers.
pin if you want to with this, but because it is a thick material, I find the clips work much better. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a tacking or basting stitch down here. Now, they are normally temporary, as you know, but because I'm going to sew within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, I don't need to take them out. I'm just going to leave them in there. Who needs to do more work if you don't need to?
Oh, I know. I used to tack everything by hand, and I never would. Well, I do if it's something really fiddly that I can't get into the machine. But other than that, I just sew within the seam allowance.
But you've got a lot of patience. You have,
It's a lot quicker, isn't it?
And I just think it adds a little bit more stability to the seams if you are putting a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, but it also, I think if you tack, you can do it a bit quicker, and I usually use a longer stitch length.
Yes,
you can go a
I
bit
do.
quicker, but then it does make it easier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So over half of the stock of these has now gone. So if you do want one of Wendy's incredibly special tapestry tote bags with detachable handle kits, you need to get them in your basket and check out.
So that is our pocket finished, but, and I didn't do it on that one, I forgot afterwards, you need to put a line of stitching, because then otherwise it will all slide under the bag.
Well,
because
I just put my hand in there. I thought that was quite good actually, because then you can get things underneath.
No, because you'd lose it.
Well,
but this one, I haven't. So this one you can't go in.
Oh, okay. So it depends how big you want your pocket.
No,
then.
because it goes underneath the bag.
Well, I know, but then that could
You've
be...
got a secret sweet stash, haven't you?
Yeah,
You're
and
gonna
that's
slide.
yes. Blackjacks and fruit salads go there.
So I'm just going to do, and the measurements are all in there, but I'm just going to do a line of stitching.
Okay, just to stop it going down
just
to
to
the
stop
base.
any of sweets.
But it
or
gives it
anything.
it's nice that the pocket does go all the way around, because it gives it that nice edge.
Well, you can leave your you can leave your pocket open. I'm going to close mine because I want to be able to get in there. So that is the pocket section finished.
Lovely.
So we're now going to put the rest of the front together. Now I always do this. It's just something that I do when I design. I put a little pretend piping. So it's not piping. You could put piping if you wanted to.
No, but it's nice. It gives it and it echoes.
It does,
the
but
pocket
also
edge.
what it does is I have them going towards, and as I say, it's all in the instructions. I have them towards the edge, which then holds that pocket a little bit more closed.
Yeah.
And all you want to do, and this doesn't matter because this is not directional, and there's no real pattern to it, so it doesn't matter which way up I do these, but make sure if you have got directional fabric that your front does look nice. But I think all of these, it wouldn't really matter. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to place raw edges together, and then again I'm going to sew a line of tacking stitches down there. Now you don't have to tack first, but I like to flatten all my pieces so it looks like I'm only working with one piece at a time. I'm just going to go within the 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Oh, we've got a question from Carol. Morning, Carol. Good morning, ladies. What size needle would you use to sew this bag, as the fabrics are heavier weight? Sent from Carol in Cambridgeshire. Wendy.
Well, that's a very good question, because there is one. It was the one that I've got in my machine.
And which one is that then?
I've no idea. I just use like a normal universal one. And
Not a normal,
I've
a normal
never-
80?
I've
or would
never
you go
had
up to a 90?
Well, I can't remember which one I've got in my machine, so whichever one in there, but it works. So just try it. But I've never had
Well,
an
if
issue.
you're, I mean, if you're using a normal one, then it's an 80 or 90. If you find that on your machine, because some machines act slightly differently, if
They
you
do.
find that it is, particularly if you're going through seams, then change to a jeans needle, like 110. But you might not find one. But what I've discovered recently, because I'm always fiddling about with needles, is that sometimes you need to go up to a jeans needle so it will go through the thickness. But actually, if you change to a quilting needle, strangely,
Ooh, yeah.
quilting needles are really sharp.
Of course they are.
That they actually
course.
almost go through better than a jeans needle.
That is a really good point.
because they're super
I
sharp.
was going to say, it actually really depends on your machine. Now,
Yes.
I can throw anything at this and it just says, yeah, okay, just bring me more. But another machine I've got is like,
No,
don't
I
even
don't
go
want
there.
it.
Don't even go there. So what we're going to do
But
is,
if you are struggling with it, go for a jeans needle, and it's sort of a 90 to 110 would be about right.
but it is probably, yeah, more so when you've got like the layers.
When you're
because
yes.
this one now we're going to place right sides together. So we really have here got a lot of fabric.
So if you find your machine starts going, oh, no, thank you, then go up to a jeans needle. But a quilt is always, that's why I always have a packet of all the different sorts of needles.
I
Try
do.
Quilting needles.
But then when they break, I can't remember which one I've put in. So, you know, I'm not being evasive. It's just that I just pick the one that's that I've got.
So there's only one of, sorry, there isn't. The kit that Wendy's working with at the moment has now sold out.
Oh.
But what we have got is the larger, the Aztec. I couldn't remember what it was called. So the one that Wendy's working on, what was this one called? I can't remember. Little Holland. That has now sold out, but we have still got. Hang on, I'll drop my glasses. One moment. But we have still got the Aztec and. What's it called? What's it called? Basket weave, of course. I was looking at it thinking, I know it's called. So, but we still have got the little Aztec. Isn't that lovely? It looks a bit, this reminds me a bit of a carpet bag. It's that kind of look, isn't it?
It does.
I love carpet bags.
I love them.
This would be ideal for that, wouldn't it?
All I'm doing is just pressing it nice and flat. Now you can see here that the piping, non-piping has fallen over towards this edge, and it just holds that in a little bit more. And it's a little design element.
It's lovely, but it makes it look very professional, doesn't it?
That's just what I was going
It
to say.
makes Wendy look really professional. You too can look as professional as Wendy if you put those little binding strips in. But it does, it looks, I mean, you shouldn't say it, but it looks like something you'd buy. But better. So professional, but better.
Yes, it is, isn't it? But that's what I'm all about. I want to get everyone, maybe those that have got the machine sat in the corner and they just keep staring at it and frightened of it. It's not difficult.
No,
don't let the machine boss you. This
it
is not
doesn't look
difficult.
different. No, it doesn't, but it does give it a really nice little finish.
It does, doesn't
like
it?
that.
And then you just need to trim this off to size. Now, as I say, don't be too worried. I would leave the width, but I would just tidy these ends up, because even, you know, the neatest of sewers, sometimes it doesn't quite go. And the size is in there to cut it to. But as I say, I'm cutting everything. Oh no, I'm going to have to cut it to match because I've already made the lining. I wouldn't normally, but I knew that we were going to be short of time. Right. Because we talk too much, don't we?
Message from Leslie. Morning, Leslie. Wendy, you need the Amber Make sewing needle case. Absolutely.
Not that one.
Yes, you do, because no, that's the sewing case. The machine sewing needle case.
Oh,
The
yes,
pocket
I do.
That says in the machine. So the packet that you've put in your machine, you put in the pocket. Because I designed that for people like me, and clearly you as well, who don't know.
But I'm really,
Who
really...
don't know which needle they've
No,
got in their
I'm really,
machine.
really naughty. I shouldn't really admit this on air, but sometimes I put it back in where it's not come from.
That's really...
So never ever do that, but
No.
I'm going to get one of yours and make that for my in the machine.
Just purely because I can never remember which one. I never remember which one's in my machine. Sorry, and a message from Susan. Good morning, Rebecca, Wendy and team. I love this tapestry fabric. Well, Susan, so do I. And at 9 o'clock, couldn't remember if it was 9 or 11, we've got even more of it. Got loads of it, all the different sorts. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's perfect for bags, but curtains as well. I'm thinking door curtain.
Oh.
I've got a real problem with my front door. There's a gap like that big beneath it. It's so windy and cold. And the front door's sort of next to the lounge door. So when you're sitting watching the telly in the winter, it's really cold. So I'm trying to decide, is it cheaper to make a really thick door curtain or get a new front door?
Well,
And I'm thinking door curtain.
shouldn't you get a new front door?
Yes.
Because you're, you know,
Yeah,
the
but...
frugal in me is thinking you're wasting lots of energy going under that.
But I
back
could
in the
just make
door.
myself a door curtain, couldn't
Yes, you could.
I know, but you know, it's just one of those things that you just can't.
So I'm saying the question is, why haven't you already made yourself?
Well, do you know
one of
why?
those?
Well, I used to have a door curtain, and then we decorated the hallway 2 years ago, and then I thought, oh, well, I'm going to make a new one. I won't hang it up, the old one up, and that was 2 years ago. So there we go.
But we do that, don't we? Because we do it. This is what we
Then
do.
I was thinking, I'd actually quite like to make a door curtain from a quilt, like a proper
Oh,
patchwork
that'd be
quilt.
amazing.
And then I'd quite like to make it out of this. And so, you know, when you can't make a decision. and
This
therefore
would
you can't make
probably be
anything,
better because it's a nice heavy weight and it would stop the drafts and it would save you money in the long run.
And it's cheaper than a front door.
Much cheaper than a front door. Oh yes, it was like how much when we bought our door? It's
I know.
All I've done is cut the back the same size as the front. So as I say, don't worry too much. That's what I have put a size in there, what it should be. But if it's not quite,
If you're not quite there,
as long as you're cutting the back to the front, and then with the lining, you need to cut the lining a little bit longer. And again, it's all explained in there because we're going to get again this little effect that we've got on the.
Oh, so you cut it longer so that it will bind the edge.
So that I haven't even bound the edges. That's why it's amazing for someone who's maybe new because.
Yeah, because you haven't got that bind the top edge business, have you? Very clever. I like that.
Yes.
But it's the maths. You've got to have done all that maths in your head first to make that work.
Yes. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to put some H6. I always want to call it WD-40. That is some,
Don't put WD-40 on your bag because it'll be really slippery. Please don't put WD-40 on. Whatever Wendy tells you to, it's a really, really bad idea.
It's H640.
So it's basically, they always say, and I bet most people go, what is that? It's just fusible wadding.
That's all it is.
It's wadding that irons on. And it's brilliant for bag making because then you don't have to tack it on it line on. But if you've only got normal wadding, that's fine. It's just
I have made one with normal wadding.
It's just so much easier to use fusible wadding.
I would use fusible wadding every single time, but I didn't have some the other day, so I used the normal wadding. And the one thing I would say with that is
does it go on all right on that tapestry fabric?
That's just what I was going to say. You've got to be a little bit patient.
Okay, so because it takes a bit longer.
Yes, it's quite thick, the fabric.
And what about
but it does
steam?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's not wanting to play. But it will get there eventually. But when you're at home, you've got much more time. But don't actually iron the wadding itself. So I'm just going to cut around that, and then I can give it a better press. Once I've cut the wadding out of the way, then I can give it a better press. But do be patient. So what I was going to say is if you're using the craft wadding, it's not going to have quite as much stability as the H640 will. But I use 505 is my friend.
What's 505 then? Is that like WD-40?
Are you teasing me now?
No, it's for people who don't know what, you see, you know, it's a bit like every company and they have this jargon, you use a bit of H640 and some 545 and then you put, what does that mean?
Well, I was doing it one day and I used 404 and Debbie was laughing at me because...
404, 545,
There's 404, 505, but 404 is the one that you put to paper, isn't it?
So
and
545 is a spray glue.
Have we?
It's a spray glue
haven't got any.
that quilters use for gluing their wadding. So if you haven't got a fusible wadding and you don't want to tack, what you do is you spray your wadding, not the fabric, with this 545, 604,
505. 404 is the paper
505.
version.
Is that like
and 505
Miami?
is the
Or was it Hawaii?
Hawaii.
505.
Miami, Hawaii 50, wasn't it? I think it was.
Or was it 505?
No, I don't think it was 505.
Hawaii 5. I'm sure it's Hawaii 545.
Hawaii 55. Oh, someone's gonna.
We'll
someone's
think about
gonna
it.
know.
Anyone who knows,
Someone
let
is
us
gonna know.
But anyway, and you just spray it. It's an aerosol, and you spray it, and it acts as a glue in the same way as if you use fusible wadding. But if you don't have any of the fusible stuff, you can just tack it in place.
You can,
but
yes.
it gives the glue element, gives it a little bit more stability, so it will give it a little bit more stiffness, which will just give more rigidity to your bag.
It will, but also with this, because the fabric itself is fairly rigid, it can cope with the wadding a little bit better. Definitely use the 505 if it's a thinner fabric, but with this, you may even get away with just pinning it. But
Okay.
it's the thing I use, one of the most things I use in my
Would that be
room.
your Desert Island sewing kit then? We should start that,
Oh,
shouldn't we?
yes.
What would be in your Desert Island sewing
505,
kit?
definitely
Yeah.
505.
You're only allowed 3 things. Yeah, I've invented the rules.
Oh, no, 505.
Okay, you've only got 2 left. What would I... Message from Jill. Morning, bought the little Aztec kit. Please could you wish my very special grandma and granddad a very happy 74th wedding anniversary. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Well, yes, definitely. Very, very, very happy 74th wedding anniversary
wow.
to Jill's grandma and granddad. I am so impressed. It's my 25th wedding anniversary
Is
next
it?
month. Can't believe I've actually been married that long.
Oh my gosh, I
could have been in and out of prison for life in that time.
Well, that's what my husband always tells everyone.
Well done. What's the secret? 74 years. That's really
Oh my
impressive,
God, we've got
isn't
ours
it?
coming up next week or the
Wow.
week after, and we're 30.
Well, you hope you have a if it's today, have a wonderful day,
Yes,
and I hope
that's
somebody
amazing.
has made you an amazing cake.
That's
74.
That's
It is amazing.
incredible.
I'm really impressed with that.
I'm very impressed with it.
74.
It's amazing. So I've put the H640 on the back of both of those pieces, and what we want to do now is we want to add the handles. Now I have made the handles. I have shown them how to do it before. I like the 4-layer method. So you get your piece of material,
Right,
you
yes.
fold it in half wrong ways, open it out, and then fold towards, so you've got a nice stiff handle.
Yeah, because you want, especially for these, you want those to be nice and...
And again, I've made it very, very easy. None of this measuring, you just put it up against the line here.
Oh, okay. So rather than 8 inches from the sides.
But it is again, it's all in the kind
Yeah,
of pattern
but-
without, it's one of those things that
But that does make it
Yeah.
easier because you just line it up.
we work it out
Yeah.
so that it does work. So we place that one on here. And then you don't want to get them twisted, so you keep it flat and then you just put it back round on the other side.
So have we got any clips on the website, Kat? We'll just have a look, let you know.
And then you place the...
Do you know, I might put those in my Desert Island.
No,
sewing
because I was
kit.
just thinking about I would have a stripology, but then if I had a stripology, I'd have to have a rotary cutter, and that would waste my third. So,
true.
And then you've got the second side. You can use the first side. You can use as a template for the second.
Friction pen.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I use mine all the time.
yeah. See, I do, but I don't know if I'd want to waste it as a. I'm not sure.
And it said the friction pen will run out. That's just detail, Elliot. We're not, we're not actually going to a desert island. The whole point is what are your 3 things that you wouldn't be without? And I would go. I'm going definitely friction pen. And in the same way that you'll add the Bible and the complete works of Shakespeare, that's equitable to your sewing machine. Okay, because obviously. You have
But you'd have to. No, see, I'd have to have a sewing machine. That would have to be.
No, that's you can have
You're
that
allowed
anyway.
that.
You're allowed.
You're
that.
allowed
You're allowed
that.
that.
Oh, that's a hard one.
And you're allowed scissors.
Oh, that's okay
Because,
then.
You know, that's just general.
Can't do
isn't it?
without. Right. So yes, to put the second one on.
Yes, we do have the Wonder Clips on the website. So if you want the Wonder Clips to use for this, they are fantastic, and they're on there. There they go. 50 Brilliant.
And also, I
I
don't know.
have 2 boxes of those.
Oh, I've got absolutely
Dog
loads.
loves
They're
them.
everywhere. I've never ever had one of these snap on me.
Well, I constantly
tread on them.
take them out the dog's mouth because she's always chewing them. But they must be so strong
Oh,
because
they
she's
are.
never broken them.
The only one I've ever broken is when I, you know, however heavy I am, full force on one. But they've never ever broken
Well, she'll
on me.
chew them and they're still in one piece.
But I don't know if you've still got them on the website. You had the extra large ones the other day. Did you see them?
Yes, I have those as well.
Have you? Oh, I haven't got
Yes,
those.
I have both.
They would be amazing for this, wouldn't they? And all I'm doing is I'm basting it in position. So again, I'm sewing within the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now I've done this before. I've cut my corners so that I made sure I put them on the top and not the bottom. I've done that before. I've cut my corners out and then realised I've got it round the wrong way. So we need to cut the
That
corners.
would be really annoying.
Yes, it would be really annoying. And
Is that called a box top?
It was,
The box bottom?
it was really annoying, and it's like, oh no, and then you can't put it back again. So I'm just going to.
So there's only 4 left of the little Aztec.
That's which one's that? That
Which
one, yes,
is
that's my favourite.
this beautiful one that we said looked like a carpet bag. There's only 4 left of that one, but we still have the basket weave one. So Wendy's now
So I've marked
marking
out
the bottom corners in the bottom corners.
Exactly. And what you can do, you can do one and use that as a template if you wanted to.
Oh, that's clever.
You could, but I'm not going to do that because I like marking them out. And all you do to do that is you place.
You ever cut them with the rotary cutter and then kept going? I've done that as well.
Please don't do it with a rotary
Yeah,
cutter.
please don't do that because I've done it thinking I'll stop.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And I haven't. So we just cut them out. And I like to cut up to the corner because then I find I tend not to go too far. And then we do exactly the same with it. How are we for time?
It's 10 to 9, so you've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. That one and then that one. And I say it is a very, very simple and easy make. And as ever, I'm always on hand if someone
Night
needs
or
anything.
day?
No, no,
So Wendy's mobile
no.
number is. And if you've got any problems, night or day.
I feel really awful because when someone messages and I literally go to bed about 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2, and I think I can't possibly message them back then, so I have to wait until the morning.
Yeah, but why? You can.
No, just in case they don't have their night on their
Well,
phone, and then I wake them
they'll
up.
only do that once, won't they?
I wouldn't do that. So now we've cut our corners out, and then the next thing that we want to do.
So the graphics that are there at the moment is the basket weave design, which is the one that I have here. This is the basket weave with the cream lining. Beautiful. Okay.
We now need to put them together. So we do right sides together. And I would clip,
Always
clip,
lovely,
clip.
that one, isn't it?
But I'm not going to. I would clip. Please don't do as I do because you do want them to line up.
It does look lovely, this one, with the cream lining as well, doesn't it?
I still think, I think the...
What's your favourite?
my blue, what's the one with the blue?
The little Aztec, the one that looks like the carpet bag.
That's the one.
Yes.
It reminds me of Mary Poppins, and I don't know why.
Well, it's the carpet bag thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd like to have a Mary Poppins bag.
I've got
One that
one
just
of
goes
those
forever and
lovely
ever.
frames, you know, that hinge that carpet bags are made on a shelf at
Wow.
home, waiting. In fact, Gladstone, it's Hawaii 5-0, so we were nearly right. Hawaii 505
Of course it
in the
was,
quilting
yeah.
world.
Yeah. Now with this one, I would do the sides first and then the bottom, and you do so all the way across the bottom. With the lining, leave a gap to be able to turn it the right side out,
Right.
but leave a big enough gap to be able to turn it.
So that you're not straining your seams.
You don't want to, but and always reverse stitch at either side of the opening so that you shouldn't be able to strain it. And then, right, and I'm just going to go along the bottom. But it is a very quick and easy make. Once you've got it all cut out.
Yeah, so once you've done all that prep, you know, you put your pocket and your handles, the construction's quite simple.
It is,
but
yes.
I think going through the instructions, this is a really good project for a beginner. If you've used a machine before, so you can sew straight,
really. I mean, it is just straight stitching.
It is straight
So if
stitching,
you've,
absolutely.
if you've used your machine before, or practice if you haven't, this is something that's quite achievable because it is very simple construction. And if you look through, there are so many photos in here that, you know, really close up of all the different elements. So if you're new to bag making, you think, what can I make? Quite often people say to me, oh, my neighbour's got a machine, what would you suggest? This is a really good start. I mean, obviously, you know, there's a lot of different elements to it. You've got to take it slowly. But it's a really nice project to work through.
It is.
And a real sense of achievement, you know, if you've got a lovely rainy Sunday, perfect.
Yes, it's definitely an evening make or an afternoon make. But as you say, it doesn't have to be rushed. You just take your time. And all I'm doing now is I'm boxing the corners. So to box the corners, I'm just bringing.
Oh, can we get a close up on that, please?
You can.
Elliot.
So you've got your corner here that we cut out. Remember. So I'm just bringing the fabric right sides together, and I'm kind of nesting, so I'm trying to push one way and one the other, and I would definitely clip the centre.
Oh, that's such a nice close-up, isn't it?
I definitely clip the centre. And then I'm just going to sew the 1/4 inch. What's tickled your fancy?
Well, because I said to Elliot, that's such a nice close-up, and he started laughing. He said, I'm going to come for you.
Has he had his breakfast yet? Has he had his coffee yet?
Does
he not eat breakfast?
Grinds his own coffee.
I was very impressed.
I was so
so
posh. Elliot,
impressed.
our director, is so posh.
I
He grinds his own coffee. Next thing you know, he'll be making his own shredded wheat, won't he? Knitting.
Oh yes!
Knitting his own
Oh my goodness! There was an advert though, wasn't there, where they were all in the factory, the shreddies.
Yeah. It was a factory full of people who knitted their own. Yeah.
So we've got the bag, and all we need to do now is we need to put the. Again, this is optional. If you don't want a long strap on, you don't have to. So we're just going to put the D-rings on. So I've made it.
So they go on the little tab.
Again, just like making a handle. And then it goes in there.
I always think when you start adding hardware to a bag, it makes it look really posh,
oh,
doesn't it?
Yes, very posh.
Love a bit of bag
very
hardware.
posh.
Because it's not expensive,
no.
But it really makes it, doesn't it?
It does, but this is optional. If you just wanted a bag with just the short handles, that's fine.
Okay.
And then we're going to just put it on the side. We run out of time, have we? No, not just yet.
No, we're
okay.
fine.
We're fine. Well, shall we just do a sitting? We're refused to move.
We've only got fabric next. We'll just whiz through that. Whiz through it. So if you want the D-rings, you get a pack of 4. You only need 2 for this. So $1.99, you have 2 left over for your next bag.
And again, all I'm doing is I'm just doing a tacking stitch because it just makes life a little bit easier if everything is in there for you.
Well, it's quite hard sewing all these layers together, isn't it?
That's why I do it. I only like to have one layer.
I end up with things going skew if I don't do that.
Oh dear.
There are only 12 bag bundles left, so you do need to get it into your basket and check out because... And the only one we have left is the basket, so I'm going to move that one off my desk. Because remember, once you've got the kit, you've also got the instructions, so you can make more bags. So in the next hour when we're selling this fabric, you can then buy some more fabric.
And I've seen the fabric in the next hour, and it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous.
It is really nice, isn't
it?
it? But also, you know, you could use all different sorts. Old jeans would be good, wouldn't they?
That would be amazing.
Denim.
And I do not have, the only thing I just say to people is please do not pass the pattern or sell the pattern on, but you can make whatever.
You can make as many as you want for yourself.
And sell them.
As gifts and everything.
Yep.
But do not give these because these has taken Wendy hours.
Yeah.
Hours. That's why she doesn't go to bed till 1 o'clock. She's writing these instructions hours. So please don't copy them or give them to anyone else. But you can make more bags.
You can. And as I say, I don't have a problem with that.
And if you do copy them and give them to someone else, Wendy will know. She will know.
Are you saying and then we do.
We don't know why. But she will know.
I will know. I have ways. So you have the bag is the right side out and the lining is the wrong side out. So that when you put your bag inside your lining, then you get right sides together.
Perfect.
So you just make sure.
Have you ever done it wrong before?
I've done it wrong.
I've done it so many times. Top stitched and everything.
Oh yes, and it's like, oh no. So just remember.
So if you do it wrong, don't worry.
We've all done it. We've all done it. Just make sure that with this one, I'm not going to have time to go all the way round. That you line up the centre seam.
Oh yeah.
But
Ooh,
don't
nice close-up.
forget it's got this in the way. So just kind of pretend that that's not there and look over it, and then clip it this side, and then clip round here. Don't be tempted to clip here and then go all the way, because by the time you get there it may not just fit. And then what you do is you sew all the way around the top.
Left. 4 bundles left.
And then you pull it the right side out, and then you make your strap. So I already done one, just in case we didn't have time to show this. Is you get the strap to the length that you want it, and that's why if you've cut the width of fabric, if you want a longer strap because you're not as short as me.
So what do you do? Just put it over your shoulder?
I did.
And then
I did.
Sort of work out?
Yeah, I wanted it on my hip.
Right.
So I just worked out, I have put the size to do it, but if you don't want it that size, if you want it a bit longer, so you just, you want it as long, mine is that length.
Okay.
So it just sits. And then all we do is you put your swivel clip, I've got one this end. Now I want to make them the same way. It doesn't really matter, to be perfectly honest. You just slip it through the D-ring
So you
section.
will need 2 swivel clips for this, don't forget. And in the pack there's only one. Oh, but they've sold out.
Oh no, okay.
Oh. But we will get them back in stock.
Oh, that's good. And keep an eye on those.
Keep an eye on that.
And then all we do is we just put it through, and you want to leave enough so that it doesn't touch your machine as you're sewing it. And then you can see here, I've just gone backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards with a zigzag stitch.
Right.
And it's gone over the raw edge.
Oh, so you don't have to fold it under.
There is
that's quite
absolutely
good,
no way, even I think little Jukey here would shout at me if I did that, because then you would have a huge.
Oh, that gives it a nice finish,
doesn't it? And what I do is I always start a little bit in from the edge with my zigzag, go to the end, then go all the way back to the end, go to the end. If you start from the ends, sometimes it pulls the material and snags it. And when you finish, always finish in the middle, because when you cut the thread, it's hidden. Whereas if you stop at the end, sometimes you can see the little pokey bits sticking out.
Right.
And then put it on your bag and job done.
And that's it.
That's it. And then you can wear it.
And then you can wear it like that.
Yes. See, we're short enough to have it as a shirt.
If you're a bit taller, you won't be able to do that, but isn't that lovely? Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Wendy.
You're welcome.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm very excited in my next now, because, as you know, it's something that I'm new to, so I'm very excited about this.
It's all about EPP at 10 o'clock with Wendy, where we're going to learn how to do EPP, because Wendy's a beginner. Even better. We're going to have great fun. So we've got a lot of people asking for instructions on their own, but no, we're not selling the instructions on their own. They are only with the kit. I mean, we will discuss it with Wendy going forward, but at the moment they are only available in the kits, and only if you buy the basket weave one. So we'll see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
Okay. So coming up after the break, we have got more of this beautiful New World tapestry fabric, as well as some other really lovely canvas fabric, beautiful prints, animals, lots of different animals. So I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's Garden Party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. So as I promised you in the last hour, we have got all the fabrics, all of the beautiful, not all of the fabrics, clearly, because we wouldn't be able to get them all on my desk. But we have got all of these New World Tapestry fabrics. Now, I was trying to find out why these were called New World Tapestry at the weekend, and I don't know, but there is the New World Tapestry, which I don't know whether you've heard of it. It was started 20 years ago. It's the biggest tapestry, well, embroidery in the world, bigger than the Bayeux Tapestry. So I don't know whether it's been named after that, but if you've never heard of the New World Tapestry, it's worth Googling and reading about. It's absolutely fascinating. It's sort of, it was stitched by the Queen as well. She put a few stitches into it. So whether these have been inspired by it or not, I don't know, but it wasn't something I'd heard of, so it was quite nice. There are lots of fabrics in these range. Now, if you were with me and Wendy for the last hour, you'll know that these are really heavyweight, sort of upholstery, curtain weight fabrics, which makes them perfect for bag making, particularly structured bags, but also curtains as well, or things like cushions, footstool covers, Roman blinds, anything like that that you need something with a bit of structure for. So maybe you want to make a big floor cushion or an outdoor cushion, anything that's a bit thicker. So I'm going to show you just one of them. So if you weren't with us in the last hour, you can see they are all 150 centimetres wide, like that big. This is just half a metre. But they're really thick. So they're not like, you know, they're flexible enough that you can use them for curtains, but they have got that rigidity. Now they are woven and not printed, which is so much better, because when you have a woven fabric, as you can see, you've got, I can't remember which one, you've got one going the warp or the weft one way and one way the warp or the weft the other. And because you've got a different colour in each, it gives you this two-tone effect. So when you look, so this one here is, they've all got different names. Hang on, I've got to find the code. One moment. I'm sure it was there. Oh, hope it hasn't fallen off. We've had it. Not presently. I can't find it. Oh, there he is. CZC417. Right. There it was right in front of me. I was looking for it on the edges. So if you look on the edges, you can see you've got all different colours of threads this way and then all the different going the other way, and that gives you that two-tone effect. So they're really lovely and vibrant on the right side, but the beauty of them being woven is the pattern is exactly the same on the wrong side, but you get a completely different effect. So in a way, you're getting two different fabrics for one. So what you can do, say if you bought 1/2 metre of this, if you wanted to make 2 cushions and you wanted them to be matching but not the same, you could make 1 cushion with the right side here and 1 cushion with the wrong side here, and they match, but the slightly different colourway. So now these fabrics, all of them, are all sold by the 1/2 metre, £5.99 for 1/2 metre, but as with most of our fabrics, they are cut to order. So if you do want to make yourself a beautiful new front door curtain, which I really must do, then you can buy, you know, if maybe you need 5 metres, just put 10 units in your basket and you will be sent it as a whole cut piece. You won't be sent 10 1/2 metre pieces. So whatever it is you want to make from it. But remember, it's when you're doing your calculations and you're working out how much you need for whatever you're going to make, it's 150 centimetres, 60 inches wide, but it is sold in 1/2 metre increments, so and it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. So this one is called Little Glasgow. We only have 10 metres of this one, but it is beautiful. I'm thinking, you know, when you get those lovely little stools at your dressing table, those little footstools, look beautiful on one of those. Lovely for cushions, but really particularly for outdoor cushions because they have that really lovely structure to them. Really nice bags, obviously. You know, you can get these sort of metal frame bags, the Gladstone bags, and Wendy and I are talking about the Mary Poppins bag. They're ideal for that because it is that kind of, I mean, it's not as stiff as carpet. Look, you can see there is a flexibility to it, but it really is. I mean, most of the fabric we sell on Sewing Street is quilting weight fabric. This is where you want to make a Roman blind, you want to make some curtains, you want something a little bit more structured, or maybe you want to make a pet bed, like and fill it with beans or a bean bag, and you want something a bit heavier weight, or doorstop. I mean, I just think for £5.99 for 1/2 metre is extremely good value. Normally, and I made lots of curtains. I used to have a little curtain making business about 10 years ago. And, you know, curtain weight fabric of this quality is normally a lot more than this per 1/2 metre. So I think this is extremely good value. So that's Little Glasgow. The next one, ooh, I like this one. This is very geometric, but EPP is going to be, it's a bit like our next hour. Let me just, I'm just going to find the code for this one. It is that one, yes. This one is called Harlequin. Little Harlequin. I love it actually, because where I'm looking at it close up, I can see the shapes, but because you've got it on your screen more overhead, you can really see there's a real sense of movement and depth and 3D-ness within it as well, isn't there? So they almost look like jewels. I'm trying to find the one that I can see here that's purple colour. This one. Yeah, it looks different when there, but doesn't that look like a jewel effect? Here, where you've got the dark red and then the orange and then the cream on the top. They're like prisms. Beautiful. But what's great about these fabrics, and I've got quite a lot of them, is they all use the same colour palette. So whichever of these fabrics, if you're thinking, well, I want to make a set of things that go together, any of the fabrics that you buy in this collection all use the same colour palette, so they all go together, which is brilliant. Right, and the next one. Oh, now this is very similar to, I'll put them in the box, to the basket weave we had in Wendy's bag hour. This is GVC 489. So, oh, that's lovely. There's only 2 metres of this. Isn't this beautiful? Now, the stripes run horizontally from selvage to selvage. But, oh, wow, isn't that lovely? But I'll show you this one in a minute, but look, it's the same. How well does that go together with the basket weave? Message from Louise. I bought this fabric, Harlequin, to cover my boring blue office chair. It's stunning. Totally with you. Yeah, office chair. What a good idea. That's quite a good idea, isn't it? Should I take my office chair home, cover it, bring it back in? That'll stop people pinching it, won't it? You know, when you come in the office in the morning and you're never really sure if someone's had your chair and then they've adjusted it, might cover mine. But Elliot has a bigger chair than everyone else's, so we've tried pinching it. But I love the stripes, but they go really well with the basket weave. But remember what I said, that they all have the same colour palette. Be really good for an office chair. We'll do the basket weave one next. I wonder how easy it is to cover an office chair. I guess if you just unscrewed the base. I'm going to give it a go. So the next is the basket weave. Now this is the one that was in one of the kits that Wendy had in her bag earlier. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, it's exactly the same colour palette as the others, but I think this has got a little bit more cream in it, so it really brightens it up. There were a lot of people who were buying meters of this in the last hour. So before I move on to the other fabrics, I just wanted to say that if you want to have a tonal fabric to go with it, we do have, in exactly the same way, the same design, everything, is this fabric, which is plain, but this is brilliant. On one side, it's cream, and on the other side, it's like a mixture, and if I'm looking at the wefts on the side, it's a mixture of black, green, red, and in fact, it's looking at it, it's all the colours. So you've got that on one side, cream on one side, and then you've got this beautiful, you know when you see shot silk, and it sort of has that iridescent quality, and that's because it's got the warp and the weft a different colour. You've got green, black, red, and yellow all within that. So this is the plain fabric. It's called cream, and it's $5.99, but it's multi-tonal. But if you wanted to make something, maybe you wanted to put a border on something or put some piping around it or some binding, this is the one sort of plain fabric that's in the same collection and is the same weight. So that's the basket weave. Got to fold them up, otherwise they won't all go in my box. This is very different to others. This is the first one that I've seen that's a bit swirly, AMC 473. So all the others so far have been geometric. Remember, again, it's got that same colour palette. I love this duck egg blue in it, but it just uses more of one colour than another. Oh, that one sold out. And look at that. Look at the difference in the colour between the back and the front of that one. This is like 2 for the price of 1, this fabric. Got a message from Maggie. I've bought the little Harlequin to cover my husband's piano stool. Yes, perfect. I think that's absolutely perfect. It's those little stools, bedside table, you know, the dressing stools and piano stools, that kind of thing. Because they're quite easy. If you just unscrew them, I'm sure with an office chair, if you just unscrewed it from the base, you could cover it. And then all you need is a staple gun. Just staple it round. I wonder what this one's called. This is IYC 497. But I like the idea of a piano stool. This one's called Houndstooth. Gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, look at the back of that one. Quite like that. See, don't they look nice together? See, I'm thinking if you made a cushion, you could do, you know, rather than bothering with the zip, to make a real feature of it, you could have like 1/3 in the dark, 2/3 in the light, and then put buttons on. And then the other cushion, you could do the other way round. Because that looks beautiful together, doesn't it? Oh, there's only half a metre of that one left. Love that. Grab it while you can, because it'll be gone. It's not even clearance either. It'll be gone. So this is one that Wendy used in the last hour that's called, what's this one called? No. Little Holland. Wonder why. Holland. But it's very prismy, isn't it? It's got that kind of baby block feel. You know, the baby block patchwork. It's got that kind of feel because it's really got a depth to it. I think that's stunning. I think, you know, say you were making a Roman blind for it. You never need much fabric for a Roman blind because you've only got to, you know, you haven't got any gathers or anything. That's a real sort of statement piece. And because it's so close to the window, and you'd put a little bit of curtain sort of batting inside and the lining fabric, and that's really stunning, isn't it? Because when you look at it from a distance, it suddenly becomes very three-dimensional. We've got a question from Derek. Amazing fabrics, too sturdy for waistcoats. Well, I don't know, Derek, to be honest. I have made waistcoats from this. In fact, I made a waistcoat once, a needlepoint one, where I actually stitched the design on canvas. It was very stiff and it was fine. So obviously it's not going to be your like lightweight one, but when you think, I mean, it's heavier than like a tweed that you would use, but I have made a waistcoat from a stitched canvas and it was lovely. So I can't see why not. Yeah, so, and when we did the bundles of Wendy's bags, this one sold out the quickest. I think it's very clever. I just think it has that beautiful 3D. And I love the combination of the colours that's been selected for this fabric design, because you've really got the sort of turquoisey duck egg blues mixed with sort of reds and purples and greens and yellows, but they're all set in the same tonal range. So all they're completely different colours. The tonal value is the same, so they go together beautifully. So that one is Little Holland. Got a message from Donald. Good morning, Rebecca, who said, I heard a phrase, would you overlock the edges first? Well, I wouldn't, because I hate overlocking the edges. So it really depends on what you do. Yes, it frays, but it's not like using a voile or a silk where you only have to look at it and it frays. You just got to be a little bit careful. So I suppose I like working with a nice cut edge, so I would leave it until I was ready to make it, and then I would just cut the edge and then I would sew with it. But you could overlock it. It depends what you're making, because sometimes overlocking can distort it, or I would just trim it with pinking shears. But to be honest, yes, it does fray, but it's not horrendous. The problem with overlocking is it can distort the fabric a bit, and it takes ages as well. So it depends on what you're making, I would say. If I was making curtains or cushions with it, I wouldn't bother. I would just get it sewn. It's not like dealing with silk, is it? Oh, I like this. So this is the big version of the Glasgow. I'm going to have to get that one back out of the bin now. Not the bin, the white bucket. But look, there's the little version that I showed you before. So if you're thinking that you want if you wanted 2 sets of something, isn't that lovely that you get the miniature version, and then you get, these are like patchwork blocks, aren't they? This would look really nice. If you made this into a cushion, you could actually quilt along it, put a bit of wadding on the back, and you could quilt along either just round the squares or along all of the lines. Or hand quilted would be beautiful. If you used like a cotton perlé thread so that it had a little bit more weight, or all 6 strands of the stranded cotton. If you echo quilted, so like 1/8 of an inch just outside the lines in a contrasting colour, it would look beautiful, wouldn't it? I think they look a bit like cats. Put little eyes on them, couldn't you? Cats sort of out of a window. Wonder why it's called Glasgow. Gorgeous, isn't it? Should we have a look at the back? Look at that. Pink, the pink version. So this one is called Big Glasgow. So remember, it does go really well with Little Glasgow. But you could make, you know, they in the Middle Ages, you know, when they all lived in cold castles, and they used to have, because they didn't have any heating, they used to have all these tapestries hung on the walls to keep things warm, but they also would have them on the beds. I mean, wouldn't this look lovely as a bed runner? So, you know, you could have it as a whole quilt, but if you just wanted something lovely on the end of the bed, you would only actually need 1/2 metre just for the front. Look lovely, but also for a table runner. Wouldn't that look lovely? Right down the middle of your table. We'll just have a little go. Pretend this is our table. See, look how lovely that looks. Oh, see, we're getting into a theme now that you get bigs and smalls. So this one is called Big Carnival. I love that one. Again, I just think that's beautiful. Or placemats. Lovely as placemats. In fact, what I would do is just bind the edges. If you bought either a canvas or just a plain cotton in one of the colours that you want to pick out, you could just bind the edges. But these are weighty enough. These are strong to make placemats from. I think, it depends on the size. I reckon you could get 2 from a width, from a 1/2 metre. So you could probably get a set of 8 out of a 1/2 metre of fabric. And if you bought a couple, that sort of, because obviously all the colours go together, but if you bought a couple of them, then you could have a beautiful set of placemats, nice present for somebody as well. Get the fabric now, make them, set of placemats for Christmas presents. This is a bit sort of stained glass, isn't it? Is it called stained glass? No. What's it called? Pebble? Gaudi? Oh, I guess so. That's the Garda. The Gaudi, he's an artist. Is he Spanish? Gaudi? Yes, it's very Gaudi, isn't it? Beautiful, isn't it? But it does have that kind of mosaic stained glass quality, but it is very Gaudi. I love that. But doesn't it just, the fact that he goes so well with all of them. Now, I think this is lovely for placemats because it looks like a floor. It looks like a mosaic floor, so I think it'd look really stunning. It's really it's the sort of fabric that you see, you think, I really love it. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Buy a couple of 2 or 3 1/2 metres in different patterns and then give yourself a month and you'll soon know what you're going to do with it. You go, oh yes. I'm still thinking which one I'm going to have for my door curtain, so buying a new front door. This looks very much like that prism one we had earlier. Similar thing. I've got to find a code though, haven't I? OMC 474. Big eclipse. This looks like it, doesn't it look like a cushion? You see those 9 there, or those 16 that go there. But it is almost lending itself to embroidery, isn't it? So say you cut out, so 1/2 metre, you get 1, 2, 3, you get 5 of them. I think 4 is enough for a cushion. But you could add embroidered elements on top of it as well. But use something like a cotton abrodio or cotton perle, which has got a bit more weight to it. But I think it will work well quilted. I mean, Wendy showed you how she sewed it in her bag, so you could quilt with it either by machine or by hand. But you've got all the pattern there already. It's all printed for you. And I love the fact, that one looks lovely with the carnival one, doesn't it? Because it's the same colour palette. It's magic. And we have that one in a smaller version as well. Do we? Oh, there it is. So that's the big eclipse. I've got here bits attached to me. This is the little eclipse. So this is the total eclipse. Total eclipse of the heart. I'm not going to start singing. You'll be glad. So this is the little eclipse. It's lovely, isn't it? But you can see squares emerging, can't you? Can you see? Can you see that square is emerging? I don't know why. Is it because of the darker edges? When you look at it, you can see sort of patterns emerging from it. But you could, like Kat saying she'd like to frame it. It would look really nice, actually. If you buy one of those sort of wooden frames, even like just cheap picture frames, get yourself a staple gun. You can staple it around the edge of that. I mean, beautiful wall art, isn't it? Save on your heating bills, cover your walls with fabric. Because I think what they used to do is they put wooden battens around the edge of all the walls and then hammer the fabrics into the walls. Insulation. Gorgeous. But I think bed runner, it makes me think of one of those sort of country houses where they used to have these sort of really heavyweight tapestry bed runners. Would look lovely. Question from Susan. Morning. Would it be possible to use this fabric for Roman blinds? Yes, it would. I've used all sorts of fabric for Roman blinds. When I had my little curtain making business, made loads of them. I love making Roman blinds. And I've used mainly curtain weight fabric. Now, this is slightly heavier, but yes, you can use it for Roman blinds. And a message from Collecting Merseyside. Morning, Rebecca. Lovely to see you. It's lovely to see all of you. So glad to be back. I have the tapestry in Harlequin design, covered a footstool. It's gorgeous, weighty fabric. I mean, it really is. Oh, send us a picture. I'd like to see your footstool. And then we've got a message from Megan. Lovely fabric. I used it to contrast with recycled denim to make backpacks. Oh, love that, Megan. I use recycled denim for everything. So what a great idea. You know, the joy of using this for Roman blinds is one of the biggest problems with Roman blinds is they've got to stay square and they have to stay stable, so that because they've got to be absolutely perfect to fit the window. And because this is such solid fabric, it's really good for Roman blinds. Oh, now we haven't had anything in the starry version, but a bit like the plain, this is the right side, the cream side. That's lovely. I really like that. Completely different to the others, isn't it? But look at the wrong side. I love that. That it feels like, yeah, real sort of bedroom furnishings, doesn't it? I mean, it is, remember, it's not as fluid as some curtain fabrics. It is a bit stiffer, but it is certainly, you know, let me waft it around so you can just sort of see it. It is stiffer. I mean, I would use it for curtains and blinds, but it is heavier weight than your normal curtain fabric. That's why it's ideal for furnishings, but you can certainly use it for curtains and blinds. I love that one. Lucero Stars. Then we've got a checked one. We haven't had one of these before. Oh, I like that one. That really does feel table runner to me, because, I don't know, maybe kitchen checks, I'm not sure. Big chess it's called. But it does feel very kitcheny, doesn't it? So I wonder what the wrong side of that one looks like. Completely different. But only you know that that's the wrong side. I mean, is there a right side, is there a wrong side? I don't know. It doesn't look any different, does it? It just depends which colour that you like the most. But that does feel very kitcheny. And again, ideal for quilting it, because you've got the squares. You either quilt around the individual squares. You can use them as a 9-patch square, or, you know, as 5x5 or 4x4, depending on what you want to quilt. You could even use them and cut them out as these squares and mix them with other plain fabrics, as long as you use like a canvas. We have got some canvases of similar weight. Then if you cut them out and add the seam allowance on, so say you wanted to cut out 5x5, just cut it slightly bigger, then sew that in amongst other plain fabrics, and then you've got that double Irish chain patchwork effect, which would be stunning. Oh, we should do that if we ever have any of this left. Next we have, this is big harlequin as opposed to little harlequin. We should have put them together, shouldn't we? Have I got little harlequin in my bucket? Yes. There's little. And there's big. It's like double harlequin. Who was that? Hannah? Pam messaged in to say her friend had this when she made 2 bags which she used with the wrong side. Yeah, see, what is the wrong side? Don't know. Depends which side you like the best. Pinky or creamy, but they're lovely, aren't they? So again, the little and the big go together beautifully. Really nice mixture. So maybe you wanted to make a table runner and table mats. Make the runner out of the big one, the table mats of the little one. You will have an extremely posh looking kitchen dining room set. Then we've got the Aztecs. So this is Little Aztec, which was used in the bag. I love this one. This is Mary Poppin carpet bag. Or beautiful. I tell you what, if I'm going to make my door curtain, this is the one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I'm going to have to make it because it's cheaper than a new front door. Stops that. But won't it look lovely, actually? And because I've painted the hallway in quite a dark blue, I think it looked lovely. But now there's the decision. There's Little Aztec. Problem is, there's Big Aztec. Now, what am I going to do? Oh, so now Elliot's saying use both of them in the curtain, big at the bottom. And So there's the little, and there's the big. Half the stock of the little one has gone. I mean, they are gorgeous, aren't they? Isn't that lovely? They are really lovely, aren't they? So that's the big one. Also, all of them $5.99, which is amazing, isn't it? $5.99 for half a metre. These are such good quality and just so many different things you can do with them. But I feel like maybe I should make myself a door curtain out of the big one and the carpet bag out of the little one. And then my bag will match my door curtain. So those are all of our new world tapestry fabrics, which are gorgeous. Now, some of them have started to sell out, so do keep a check, have a look. If you've got them in your basket, please do check out because they are very, very popular. And it's the sort of thing we're going to get to the end of the hour and they will all be gone. So if you've seen them and you like them, put them in your basket, but they're not yours until you check out. So don't forget that. Right, I'm going to pile them up on the side. Canvas next. So if you wanted to put some canvas with them, they are a similar weight. They'll go together well. They're not as stiff. They're not the same weight, but they are similar. So if you were making something that you wanted to bind or line or put a piping round the edge, that kind of thing, or mix together with them, then you can, but obviously they are not the same weight. So this is the cream canvas. Now it's not the same weight as the cream where we had the cream plain in the tapestry fabric, but it's better to mix the canvas with this than using a quilting weight cotton because it has got a bit more structure. This cream is lovely. It's slightly seeded. When like a calico, you can see a slight slub and a seed in it. So it's got that really, really natural look. I like that. So this is $3.99 for half a metre. Wow. And is it, yeah, I was going to say, is it 150 centimetres? Yeah, it is wide. $3.99. So you can use this. Obviously, it's great for lining, all that sort of thing. But actually, you can use it for the outers. Lovely if you want to make cushions or bags, anything that you want to make in canvas. But also, it's really good for dressmaking. So maybe you want to make something a little bit more structured, like a pinafore, or well, you could use it for just a dress, but a skirt, something maybe a bit more structured than a lighter weight dressmaking fabric. I've just bought myself a pinafore pattern. I was discussing that with Kat earlier. What fabric I was going to use for my pinafore, but actually these canvases are about a really nice weight for that. So perfect for home furnishings, but for dressmaking too. But something maybe like a jacket or a pinafore or a skirt, not a blouse. Probably a little bit stiff for that. Oh, really quickly, we've had a message from Susan. Hi, Rebecca, lovely to see you. Can you tell me the number on the Aztec Little? I think I've ordered the wrong one. Oh, I tell you, we'll put the graphics in, otherwise I'll have to go through the pile. Which one did you want, Susan, though? Oh, you wanted the Aztec Little, but you might have ordered the wrong one. There you go. It is ENC 402. That's for Little Aztec. But if you click on Watch Live and then scroll down, all of the fabrics are below. So you can see the photos of them with all the codes. So if I've gone through them and you think, oh, I can't remember which one, was it the Harlequin one I liked? Was it the chest? They all there. So you can see them and you can see the different sizes. You can see like the little eclipse and the the big eclipse. And the Gaudi's gone. Like that one. Houndstooth has gone. The plain's gone. The little carnival's gone. So is the lines. But anyway, if you want to see them, they are all there. But you can see, you really do need to check out. So that's the canvas in the cream, which is lovely. It's like a seeded. Then we've got this pink. I love this pink. It's a really beautiful pale pink. Actually, we had some really nice crochet tops on Yarn Lane a month or so ago in this lovely pink. It's lovely. I like it. It's really, this season, this pink and grey look is really in. That would make a nice pinafore, wouldn't it? Although the problem with making clothes in colours this light, I'm always worried I'm going to drop something down them. Beautiful, beautiful, really, really pretty pink. And it's the sort of pink that goes really well with grey. But it is a lovely colour this season. Really, if you wanted to sort of just spruce something up, you know, it would make beautiful for linings, make some really pretty cushions, and great. It's a nice weight. If you do machine embroidery, people often say, what weight fabric do you need? Because you've got to mount it in a hoop and stretch it, you need something with a little bit more weight. This canvas fabric is ideal for free machine embroidery because it's got that extra weight. So therefore it's really good for, like, if you're doing machine embroidery little zip purses, or you're making cushions and you want to put a plique on them. This is a really good base fabric. Also really good for hand embroidery as well. Because the problem with hand embroidery, even though you stretch it in a hoop, if you use fabric that's too lightweight, it will really distort. But using fabric with just a little bit of extra weight, which this canvas has got, it's perfect for that. So the cream is ideal because obviously that goes with all different sorts. But for embroidery, I mean, any of these colours, it's perfect. Right, charcoal is next. I like that. Charcoal. The navy is sold out, so that'll have to go on the pile. Navy sold out. Love the charcoal. Always better than a black. And if you're never sure what colour to put with something, will it go, won't it go? Charcoal always goes. So if I take one of these fabrics, you know, maybe you want to put a binding across the top of it. Look, perfect, isn't it? Nice. If you did a bit of covered piping around the edge. Charcoal always blends with other things. It's not as harsh as black. And if you're not really sure, but isn't that, you know, if you had that as a covered piping around the edge of the cushion, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Or if you were making curtains, you know, you could have that for the hem or for the top where the heading tape goes. Just I always think when you put an extra border or a band on curtains, it makes them look quite expensive, a bit classy. So that's the charcoal. And then finally the red. And this is a blue red rather than an orange red. It's lovely. That'd be a nice pinafore, wouldn't it? You know when you bought yourself a new pattern and you can't use it because you just can't decide. I keep thinking I should have done it the other way around. I should have bought the fabric first before I bought the pattern because now I can't decide what to do. But that's lovely, isn't it? Anyway. And actually that goes, just showing you, I'll get that one out again because it's got the red. Doesn't it go really well, that red? Because it's a blue red, not an orange red, and there's a lot of blue red in this, you can see how well it goes with that. Actually, you have to see it that way round. That's what I always do when I try and work out whether something will go as a border or a binding. You have to sort of have it folded up, then you can see how beautifully it goes. Gives it a completely different effect, doesn't it? See, if I put the grey on, quite interesting. So there's the grey and there's the red. Completely different. This really makes the colours pop, but then this one just is just a bit more subtle. Depends what look you want, doesn't it? But interesting. You have to just choose. But these are extremely good value for money. Remember, they're 60 inches, 150 centimetres wide, £3.99, half a metre. Bargain. Oh, we've got a picture from Susan. Is this the piano stool? Oh no, this is a different one. I use these fabrics to cover a chair. Oh, wow. That's amazing. I love the zigzag one going into the striped. Oh, that's fantastic. You are so talented, Susan. That looks just brilliant. Oh, thanks for the pictures. Please do send us pictures. It's lovely. I know you always message us and say what you've made. We'd love to see the pictures too because it really helps everybody else to give them inspiration about what you can do, because it's when you see something being used and actually it's completely different than just seeing it as half a metre on its own. So please do send us photos. Now we've got these amazing printed canvases. Can we do Labrador? So these fabrics are all available by the half metre. But a lot of them are in pairs. Well, they're not selling them in pairs, but they go together a bit like the tapestry fabrics went together in the pairs. So let's start with the panel, which is this one. This is £2.49. This is just gorgeous. So the fabric is a canvas weight fabric, perfect for upholstery. Look at him. Oh, it's like a watercolour painting. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's just, yeah, I mean, it's that sort of, it is like watercolour, isn't it? With the blue sort of sketchy around him. He's gorgeous, isn't he? £2.49, obviously, I mean, it's ideal for a cushion, isn't it? It's just lovely. But we've also got, so that's the panel, £2.49. And then we have the miniature version available by the half metre. I love this. Yeah, this must be, is this 150? Yeah. And it's a really lovely curtain weight, canvassy weight. So it's ideal. Curtains, perfect for curtains, Labrador curtains. You imagine, it would look great. But bags, dog beds, all of that sort of thing. It has got a bit more weight to it. It's not your quilting weight, but it's only £5.49 for half a metre. And remember, if you want more than half a metre, if you need 1.5 metres, it will be sent as one cut piece. You won't get 3 individual half metres. So, you know, if you were making a cushion, that's the front, and this is the back. It's beautiful, isn't it? I just love it. It's so realistic. And it's a really lovely weight fabric. So that's Labrador. We've got a whole host. We've got a whole pack of dogs here. Which one should we do? Should we do French Bulldog? Look at this one. Look at his little face. Just want to give his little nose a kiss. You have to be like a dog lover like I am. Just look. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love the way that the background is just sort of sketched as well. I mean, it's so endearing, isn't it? Actually, it'd be weird if you made this into a cushion and had this on your sofa, you'd always feel he was looking at you. When you came into the lounge, you'd be going, oh, hello, he's looking at me. But, you know, you could just cut out his face. And then, obviously, in the same way as with the Labradors, we have, so that's just the panel. That will just be a square. It's not a half metre, it's just the panel. But we've also got the fabric to match by the half metre with little baby ones. But, you know, these would look lovely. Anything for the kitchen. Bags, oven gloves, all that sort of thing. You don't have to have a French Bulldog. Or it's just like the little dog. Lovely ironing board cover. Perfect. All sorts of things. Loads and loads of different things. But remember, it's just really nice to have these sort of different weight fabrics. Because, you know, although a lot of you do home sewing and quilting and dressmaking, you know, when you sew, we can do all different sorts of things. And it's nice to have these different weight fabrics. Right, the final dog in our pack of dogs is the pug. Oh, look. Oh, he's got a crease in the middle of his nose. Look. He's frowning. Look at the little frown lines. His big eyes. Really sweet. So that's the panel on its own. And then we have the matching fabric by the half metre of the little baby pug. So, you know, you could cut these out. Cut them out, use fussy cutting to do all different sorts of things. So you can use it as the back of your cushion, or you can use it if you want, you know, a smaller all-over print. Remember, it is by the half metre, so you will be sent it as a whole thing. You know, have as much you like. If you're making a cushion to go with the panel, just so you can see the size, half a metre. Look at it, he's just looking round the edge. But half a metre is more than enough for the back of your cushion because that is bigger, because it's really wide. So that's the pug. Yeah, I think you could probably, yes, because it's 150, you could probably get 3. So if you bought the panel and half a metre, then you would be able to make, yeah, you'd be able to make 3 panels and half a metre, you'd be able to make 3 cushions. Should we do bees? So in the same thing, we have the panel. This is the, there we are. Yes, the Bombini bee. So that's the panel. Lovely. And then we have the same fabric, but by the 1/2 metre. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? That's so pretty. So the panel on its own is £2.49, and then the all over fabric by the 1/2 metre is £5.49. So this, I don't know why, it just sort of feels very sort of like kitchen-y makes, doesn't it? Maybe it's the bee thing. But you know when you go into the garden centre and you see all those lovely things made, like peg bags and carrier bag holders and aprons and oven gloves, all of those things, this is the sort of fabric they use for it. It's beautiful, isn't it? Garden kneelers. Nice peg bag. Yeah, so if you buy the peg bag pattern, yeah, which is available on the website, that would make a lovely peg bag. You'd have a little bee poking out through the picture. There is another bee that does exactly the same thing, but if you will, let me show you the panel. This is just a yellowy bee. This is more of a watercolour painting bee. There we go. Have I gone the right way up now? There we go. One more. Hey! Do you know, it's because I'm looking at it upside. No, I couldn't get it right. I can see it. I am looking at it the right way. There's no excuses. It is now the right way up. But he's lovely, isn't he? But he's real work of art, real sort of watercolour. It's and he's an impressionist bee, I feel. And then we have fabric by the 1/2 metre to go with this. But we've got 2 of them. So there's the big bee, which is this one. Big bee. I've got bits of all over me. But again, perfect for kitchen makes. All of those apron. Got a message from Penny. I've bought 2 panels and the 1/2 metre and made a tote bag and cushion cover. Sorry, couldn't see the V. Is the V disappeared? As a present. Brilliant. I think, you know, that's quite, if you think you've just bought 2 panels and 1/2 metre and you've made all of that, that's fantastic, isn't it? Because you can make, so thanks for that. It's really nice. Love your inspiration. Please do send it in and your photos as well. And we have got the same bee, 1/2 metre, but the smaller version. So there's the little bee, but let me just show you the difference between the big bee is at the top and the mini bee is at the bottom. But obviously they all go together beautifully. So if you bought 1/2 metre of the 2 of them, then you can make, you know, it's lovely to have that kind of mix and match thing. Kitchen curtains, kitchen blinds. I think they'd look like lovely, wouldn't they? Because when you've got them pulled up and they're all folded, you'd still be able to see the bees. And then at night when you pull them down, it'd be lovely, like a whole bumble of bees. I wonder what the collective noun for bees is. Probably a hive. I think it's a hive of bees. But things for the garden as well. But they'd make lovely napkins. But, you know, for picnic tableware, you can make yourself a little picnic blanket from one. Quote it. So that's all the bees. Ah, the rabbit are sold out. Right, so I'm not going to show you the rabbit because that's sold out. But we do have, that's the rabbit, so he's gone, the Highland cow. Just as the panel, this one doesn't have the matching 1/2 metre fabric, but we have got just the panel. Look at him. It is like, well, it must be. It's a beautiful watercolour sketch. But if you do want fabric to go with it, we do have the plain. So this colour, this is exactly the same as the background fabric for all of them. So if you just want a plain, we do have this by the 1/2 metre. So we haven't got, although we haven't got the mini cows, this is £5.49 for 1/2 metre. I mean, it's exactly the same. It's the same width as all the others, but it is just the plain. So it's ideal to mix and match with any of the panels or the 1/2 metres we've shown you. Or if you just want this lovely, it's a lovely weight. It's like a canvasy weight, but it's extremely soft. Really nice. What's the, is it pure cotton? Have we got the sort of the breakdown of the fabric content? Because it's extremely soft. and flat. It's lovely. Ah, that'd be why. It's 80% cotton and 20% polyester. That's why it is very soft. It has that certain flexibility. I think the polyester in it just gives it, well, it will give it strength for a start. That's why sock yarn always has nylon in it, because it makes it stronger. So it'll give it a little bit more strength, but it also gives it a softness as well. It's a really nice feel. So if you just want the plain fabric, again, this is ideal for your more structured dressmaking, like pinafores and jackets and skirts. And it's 140 centimetres wide. Oh, and it's 200 grams weight. Yeah, so it's more than your normal quilting weight fabric. I would say it's the same thickness as the canvas. I'm just feeling the two. Yeah, it feels like, I wouldn't know whether exactly the same grams, but it is the same colour. So if you want some fabric that will go with the panels, it is the same background as those. Now we've also got Union Jack in 2 versions as well. So we've got the panel. I love this because it's quite muted. It's not a really sort of completely in your face Union Jack, because it's almost like printed and then rubbed out. So it's got that vintage grungy antique feel, which looks lovely, doesn't it? You know, when you put things like this on a sofa or bed cushion outdoor, it's just because it's rubbed out here and there, and it's got that vintage feel. It's lovely, isn't it? Again, perfect for quilting because it's a nice weight for quilting. So you could quilt along all of the lines. So that's the panel on its own, £2.49. And then we also, in the same ways we've done with the pugs and everybody, we have also got it by the ½ metre. Isn't that lovely? So that's got, it's more of a, this one is obviously not as accurate. It's more of a stylised Union Jack. It's not the actually accurate one, but it's the idea of it. But, you know, again, bed runner. Or if you were making something, you know, is it next year is the Queen's? Yeah, I think it's platinum. You want to make something special for that. Table runner, napkins, all of that kind of thing, because it is that canvassy feel. Or if you want to make yourself a very patriotic dress. Yeah, 2022 is the platinum. I knew it was platinum because I think next year, because it's the Platinum Jubilee, we get 2 bank holidays. So we get it's like Easter, isn't it? So we're getting the Friday, and normally on that sort of, is it the second bank holiday in beginning of June, end of May? I think we're getting the Friday and the Monday off. We'll still be on air, don't worry. We'll still be here, but I'm pretty sure we have 2 bank holidays to celebrate that. I might be wrong, but I'm sure I'd heard that. So that's ½ metre of the Union Jack fabric, and look how wide it is. Look at that. A tablecloth. That is looking like a tablecloth. Yeah, for your Jubilee party. I just think that's lovely as well. I just think, or if you're going for a picnic, you know, you could make if you bought, because it's if you need to buy, because this is 1.5 metres, if you bought 1.5 metres of this, so 3 units, then it would be square. You could put some waterproof backing on it and even a bit of wadding side. Lovely picnic blanket. Just sort of feels very vintage, quintessential British picnic, doesn't it? I would like that. Gorgeous. We've had some lovely fabric out. It's really nice to have some different weights of, you know, fabric to do different things with. So it doesn't always have to be, it's lovely to have all the different gorgeous quilting weight fabrics that we always have all the time. But these are just so lovely, and they're just extremely good value for money. I just can't get over, particularly these tapestry fabrics, how cheap they're. And it's lovely, and please do send us your inspiration. I think for everyone, you know, when you want to buy a dress and you look on a website, it's always really nice to see someone else wearing it. And it's the same with these fabrics. You know, it's great that we can show you the fabrics, which is better than when you see just a still photo of it on the website. But even better is when you've made something from it. So if you've made something or you've told us, then just send us a quick photo. It doesn't have to be a fantastic photo, as long as it's sort of in focus. And it's lovely for all of you, you know, because Sewing Street, I mean, obviously we bring you lots of new fabrics and products and materials, but we're also here as a part of an amazing sewing community. If you're a member of the Sewing Street Facebook fan page, if you're not, then please do. You'll know what a lovely, supportive, wonderful group of people you all are. So that's why do send us photos or put them on the fan page, because it gives other people ideas and inspiration, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Anyway, after the break, instead of going on about that, we have got a special EPP out, English Paper Piecing. So if you've not done it before, or you want some inspiration, or you want to know how to do it, send your questions in. Wendy will be with me. We're going to be going through a beautiful Luol paper kites pattern, but we will be able to show you lots of sort of tips and interests. So if you want to know about it, please stay with us for the next hour, or send your questions into it. So I'll be back with you in just 3 minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
And welcome back to Sewing Street for the EPP hour. So if you've never tried EPP before, it's another one of those jargon things. It's like Hawaii 505. It's English paper piecing, which basically means, do you remember those days when you used to cut out hexagons from paper and then tack a hexagon of fabric round it and sew it together? That's what English paper piecing is. So if you've never tried it before, we've got some beautiful patterns and kits for you. If you have done it before and you want to try something a little bit different, then you'll enjoy this because it's not hexagons, it's different shapes. So I always used to think, this is years ago, that English paper piecing was only hexagons, but it isn't. You can do all different shapes. So we have got 3 kits for you. So the kit, let me show you here, is by Lou Orth, who is a real English paper piecing expert and a really talented designer. Beautiful. Now, in here, you can either make this design into the little wall hanging shown here, but you can also make it into a cushion as well. So in the instructions you get, let's open them up so you can see, because it's not just instructions, it's materials too. So in the instructions, you get the acrylic template I'll talk to you in a minute about, but you also get the paper shapes, because that's what you need, isn't it? There is nothing worse than having to cut them out yourself, particularly because the thing with English paper piecing, it's got to be accurate. So let me show you the shape. They're little kites. It's a little bit diamonds, and they're all the ones you need. Now they're the right weight as well, because it's got to be thicker than paper. So it needs to be card, but it can't be too thick, or you can't bend them when you go around corners, because when you're sewing them together, you need to be able to bend them around corners. So you've got all the kites you need in here. Now the template is used for cutting out the fabric. But what's great about it, I'm going to put it on some black fabric, because you can see, I think, yes, look how well you can see that. Now, you can see the outside. Now that is where you would do the cutting, but can you see this inner line? That is what you will see. That's the seam allowance that gets wrapped around the card, and this is the fabric you'll see. So this is fantastic, because if you want to fussy cut, another bit of jargon, fussy cut means cutting something else so that the pattern that you like is in the middle. So if you've got a fabric that's covered in little rabbits and you want a rabbit in the middle of each of your kites, you can then fussy cut it. So it's cutting a shape with the right part of the fabric or the pattern within it. That's all it means. So if you want to cut, if you're using a plain fabric, it doesn't matter, you just cut around the outside. But by having the acrylic template, because it's see-through, it means you can see what's going to be within there. And when you see people have created EPP and they put it all together, and sometimes they sort of create floral shapes or kaleidoscope effects, you think, how did they do that? How have they managed to cut it out? Oh, so we've got a picture here of one that Lou has done. And you can see, yeah, on the top row, she's fussy cut the little birds, but she's cut them so they're facing different directions as well. And it's only by having this acrylic template can you do that. So for the sort of, there's another row there that's got stars on. So you can, if it doesn't matter, you can just use the outer thing. But if you want to be able to cut it so you're using the right thing, or if you've got stripes and you want them going in a certain direction like that, the third row down, the turquoise with the stripes on, then you can use it for that. So it is a So in the kit you get all the paper templates you need, you get the acrylic template, and then you get full instructions of exactly how to do it. There we go. How you cut it all out, the assembly, but it does tell you, so you can make, here's how to make the wall hanging, but it also tells you how to make it into a cushion if you want to do that instead. And look, there on the back is what it looks like made up as a cushion. So it's a very traditional technique, but it's been updated to make it more modern in look. Now, that's what you get in the instruction pack, all the paper templates. I'll put those to one side. So in this kit, we have put together a bundle of all the fabric. There's enough here to make the cushion, because she explains in the instructions that you need more fabric for the cushion, the wall hanging, and there is enough in here for the cushion. So we get 12 fat eighths in here. Should we have a look? Now, if you don't know what a fat eighth is, if you've seen a fat quarter is a ½ metre of fabric cut in half. So it's 50 centimetres one way, and then it's the half of width, the full width of the fabric, but cut in half. So if it's 44 inches wide, so it's 22 inches. So that's a fat quarter, is 20 by 22, and a fat eighth is a fat quarter cut in half. So it's 22 by, no, so it's 20 by 11. Depends on the width of the fabric. Anyway, so basically you've got ½ metre that, well, no, it's cut the other way, isn't it? Because you've got the selvage there. So your fat quarter would be ½ metre and half. So yeah, so it's cut the other way. So it's 10 inches by 22. They're all different. Fat eighths do differ in size depending on the original width of the fabric, but it's about 10 by 20 inches. So you get the black with the triangles on, you get the black with the swirl. So this is a very monochrome look. Right, so there's the black, I'm going to show you all of them. Then we've got a plain charcoal. Then we've got a swirly charcoal and a paler grey. And there's more. We've got a cream with little triangles. So you see how these all go together, because that's the same fabric as that. But if you look at the pattern, you see how the colours all graduate in tone. This is what's going to happen when you create yours. Well, you can decide what order you put them in, but all of these fabrics go together. And the swirls, I have to move up a bit. And then we've got a plain gold. Let's put another pattern in. So what I would do before you start is lay them out like this, and then you can choose which order. If you look at this one, you can't really see it on the camera, but it's exactly the same pattern as here. It's got the white triangles printed on it. When you see it and you look at it, you'll be able to see them, but you just can't see them very well on the camera. And then this one has got the same, is white with the swirls on. I think if I open it out and lay it there, look, you can see it now. It's just when it's all folded up, you can't see it as well, but that has the swirls on it. So that is the tone on tone. That's lovely. So if you want to make, oh, and you also get ½ metre of white, which you'll need for the rest of the cushion. So if you want to create that kind of monotone, very neutral, quite modern look as well. But also it's really good because it goes so well with other colours. So if you wanted to put it, you know, you've got blues or pinks or bright colours in the rest of your colour scheme, this will go with everything else because it is a very, very neutral palette. So in the kit you get all the 12 fat eighths, you get ½ metre of the fabric, and you get all the instructions with all the acrylic templates and the paper templates for only £29.99. Fantastic. The next colourway is the blue. I'll just put that, now I've unfolded it all. The next colourway is the blue. So ½ metre of white, again, I'll just pinch that one off there. So you get ½ metre of white in this one, and then you get all these fat eighths. Now these are from the Blue Bayou range. Well, I remember when we first launched, that's beautiful fabric, love it. So I'm gonna put them in colour order. So we get the plain navy, then we get that blue, big blue print. So for fussy cutting, how lovely is this? Look, say you wanted to cut a flower, but you want to cut that flower. Hang on, I'll show you in just a minute. Oh, you can't show you just now. There's a slight technical issue with the overhead camera. It's there, I can see it, but it's going blurry. Anyway, that's fine because we'll look at all of these in this order instead. Then you've got the light, then you've got like the mid colours. And another mid one. And then plain. So it's lovely that you've got this mixture of plains and prints, because I think actually the combination of putting the plains with the prints really helps to make the prints stand out. It gives a real sort of sense of balance to your design. There we go, look, it's all there now. Isn't that lovely? But it's really got, so that's very fresh, isn't it? And then you obviously, and then you have a white as well that goes bottom, that goes in that whole thing. So you graduate from the top, from the very dark navy blue all the way down to the white. But that would, you know, if that's very kitchen or very sort of fresh, bright blue and white bedroom. And we were talking a bit when we talked through it with Wendy about how you do the English paper piecing, but it's such a mindful technique. It's a lovely thing to do because it takes time. You have to sort of sit down and do it, but it's lovely. It's the sort of thing you can do in front of the TV. It's a really, you know, it's because it's hand sewing, it's very traditional, and it really makes you sort of concentrate on what you're doing. But this choice of fabrics together is beautiful, and you need that number of fabrics to create the graduations. Oh, look, we've come back. Magic! Look at that. Elliot fixed it. Thank you very much, Elliot. I don't know what we'd do without him. So look, you see how if you wanted to do some fussy cutting and I wanted that dandelion clock in the middle of there, I could place that over there and cut exactly that one. The blue is the most popular at the moment. We have less than 30 left of them. But that comes obviously, so you get half a metre of the white, you get all of these. Now it's important that you have all of these colours to create the same effect. So that's why we've put this together for you, because you know that all of these fabrics, they come from the same range, they all go together, you will get that effect. So that's the key part of this. And then the final one, I'll put them onto one side. Oh, this is very rainbow. Super rainbow. Again, half a metre of the white, because obviously that goes really well with the rainbow. Oh, and I can really do this in order. So you start at the top. Well, actually, you can put them in whatever order you like. This is the order I would put them in. You could choose. So red. I like the way you can, I bought myself a rainbow jumper off one of those Instagram adverts. Terrible. Never buy things off Instagram adverts. I do it all the time. Just get, and it's lovely. It's navy and then it's got all rainbow around the bottom and the sleeves, but it's not in necessarily rainbow order. It sort of is, but it's kind of just a skew on a rainbow. So it's sort of reds and pinks and it's lovely. Don't see, Wendy's shaking her head. She's not sure about it. I've actually got it with me. I'll show it to you later. Oh, yeah. And it's just like this is. It's a slightly different take on a rainbow. So red, orange, yellow. Yeah, so I think my rainbow jumper must have some pink in it. So now we've got pink. So I would put the pink here. But you can actually obviously put it in orange, yellow, green. But I would put that green. And then I'd put that green. And then the blue. Oh, this is gorgeous, isn't it? So this is if you want something really jolly and cheerful. I mean, again, obviously, depends, yeah, you put whatever order you want, you get your fat eighth of each. But if you wanted to make the cushion all the wall hanging and you wanted just something a bit jolly and playful, pretty. Oh, Kat's going to put the purple above the red, but then the purple actually goes in that order, doesn't it? If that's rainbow, see? And then cream, which you can put wherever you like. So that's gorgeous, isn't it? I love that. $28.99, and you get half a metre of the white, and obviously you get the full instructions kit with the acrylic template and all the paper pieces. So if you want to do EPP and you haven't tried it before, this is a really good place to start because you've got everything you need, because it's got all the stuff you need, and it's just so much easier having that acrylic template. Or if you have done it before and you want to try something a bit different, it's a bit more of a modern take on it. But it depends really on which fabric pack you choose as to what you're going to get. I'm not going to pack that one away. But if you, so look, that's there they all are together. Got to just choose. Left, 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 left. Hang on, I've just got to show you all three together, because I think when you see them all together, that helps you to choose. Let me move the fabric out of the way. You always get half a metre of white in them, but those are the three different selections. Oh, hang on, I've just lost my acrylic template. So the blue and the rainbow are neck and neck at the moment. Wendy is making the tone on tone one, so you'll be able to see what that looks like. So it just depends on what effect you want. Okay, so if you do have your own fabric, and because it is obviously little pieces you need, and you just want the pattern on its own, we do have that as well. £14, and remember it's the pattern, all the acrylic template, and all the paper pieces, which I will put back in a minute. I haven't lost any yet. So if you want just the pattern on its own, it does tell you how much fabric that you will need for it. But, you know, you can just use all your little bits and pieces that you can. So if you just want the pattern, that's there. Oh, we've got a message and a photo through from Tracy. Hooray. I made this a couple of weeks with my own fabric. Oh, that's gorgeous. Now, you see how well it works by mixing together the print with the plain, because it really makes the print kites stand out. That's beautiful, Tracy, and I love the colours that you've chosen. And you've obviously used your template and really fussy cut, particularly that sort of fourth row down. You can really see that. Nice. Please send us your photos. It's lovely. So we did have Lou, who's the designer of this, in, I think it was the 5th of June. 5th? I think so. 5th of June. Oh, yes, 5th of June. She launched this. So obviously, so if you've made it from them, please do send us a photo. One more thought. We have got, I was just thinking of the fabrics that she's used in hers. And if you want to buy some fabrics where you've got all of those beautiful bright prints, this 10-inch charm pack from Tula Pink is gorgeous for this. So each piece of fabric is 10 inches square. So let's just have a quick look through. Now, for fussy cutting, this is perfect, isn't it? Because let me take my little acrylic template. So look at that. You can put that little bird in the middle. And rather than guessing if it's going to be right, you can do that. Then you just draw around the edges, cut it out, and it's in exactly the right place. But look at these. Like this one, you see, if you were fussy cutting this one here, because these are all different colours, you could get a purple one, a green one, an orange one. So from one pieces like this, and we often talk about fabrics like, oh, that'd be perfect for fussy cutting, because you've got the acrylic template, you can really see how well they'd work, and you can also get quite good use out of them. So if you want them flying different directions, you just sort of turn this round and think, well, I want them going that way. But that one is perfect, isn't it? Maybe we should put them upside down. Ideal because it's small. It's what's good for EPP when you're thinking of a fabric to choose, either a very big all over pattern or little patterns. Little patterns work much better because they're small pieces, so the small pieces of fabric work a lot better. Whoa, look at that one. That looks like wood grain. So all of the colours in this pack go together beautifully, so will work. I mean, you know, obviously we're saying that this is really good for this EPP pattern, but you can use this fabric for any of your patchwork. Or just sew them all together easy and just make one massive rainbow quilt. But they're lovely, aren't they? So what's great about these is, when you buy these pre-cut packs, whether it's a jelly roll or a charm pack or a layer cake, you don't have to use all of it for one project. You just keep it in your stash and you think, well, that'll make a nice lining for my makeup bag. Oh, look, this one's perfect for my fussy cutting. You can use them for all different things. But what's good about these multi-packs is that all the colours go together. So there's more birds. You can have loads and loads of birds. So all the colours in here, although you've got the same sort of 5 or 6 prints, they're all in complementary colourways. gorgeous, aren't they? You can make loads, and obviously when you use the pattern, you can reuse the paper pieces. So once you've done it once, or if you want to make a bigger one, you just take them out and you can use them again. I love that one. I think this has got to be my favourite one. Just the birds. So you could have like rows, you could create from this pack, you could create lots and lots of, every row could have birds in it, but just with different colour backgrounds. So you can see now, look at this one. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? We've seen this print before, but it changes colour as you go along. So you turn it round, you know, you could fussy cut, you could have some of them that are yellow. Then you could come down here and some you think, right, well, I want one that's got a pink one at the point. And you can really line it up as well. Think, right, if I line up those top corners with those points, then I know that it's going to be straight. And then you know it's perfect. But you can really sort of see, it gives you a little snapshot as to what it would look like. This is, I mean, I guess it's very modern colours and prints, but it just works really well. I think, I like the idea often of mixing very traditional techniques like EPP when you think of your 1970s hexes, and then you use the technique that you know how to do, but you mix it with something that's a modern design using more modern fabrics. It's lovely, isn't it? Very well, that one's really electric, isn't it? But again, you know, even with this one, you think, well, I love the small leafy print here. So if you place that on top, suddenly, right, I'm going to just use that small section. It is a better use of fabric. That's why people who do EPP always keep all of their fabric scraps. I mean, look at that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Because if you only need small pieces, so always keep your fabric scraps. Just have a shoebox called EPP. Just put your little pieces in, because then you don't waste anything. But it really is all the colours of the rainbow. All the way down to the bottom. And pinks. I'd like to lay them all out next to each other. So I'm just looking at them one by one. More birds, more birds. And then at the very end, we're moving into sort of pinky grey tones. So you've got pink, and now then we've got pink and grey. And then at the very end, you've got those hexagons again, but with the grey print. So there's so many, and finally the favourite birds with the grey background. So that's a great collection of fabrics for this design, or for EPP, or for any of your makes, but it does go particularly well with this. I'm going to have to try and lay them back out again, because they're not going to go back in the box. So at the moment, in the lead is, let me just put those to one side, the rainbow bundle, this one here. So they're gorgeous. We need a little bit of sunshine. I know, God, it really rained yesterday. I did some gardening yesterday, and I absolutely hate gardening because I'm rubbish at it. And I was only out there half an hour and the heavens opened. So sadly, that was the end to my gardening. But there was no rainbow at all. Anyway, Wendy, welcome to the EPP.
Oh, thank you. The EPP Masterclass.
The EPP Masterclass. How did you find this?
Well, there's two things that I haven't done and I'm not very good at. One of them is free motion. I'm working on it. I am getting better. And the other one that I've always wanted to try was EPP.
Right.
I don't ever sit still long enough. So I thought, no, that's not for me, because you need to sit.
You do?
It's brilliant. I took it to cricket the other day. I haven't got very far because I'm very slow.
Right.
But, and you will notice if you pan in on my stitches, the first ones are a little bit wonky, but as I'm going, I'm getting so much better. And you were saying about it being mindful. When you just want to do something that you don't need a big machine, you don't need to take lots of stuff around with you, it's brilliant.
Well, you can pack it away in such a little bag. A lot of people use it like on train journeys.
That is coming soon, isn't it? I have asked you, haven't I? I said you need to design me a little
bag for you.
Now.
Yes, I need to. But also holidays, it's perfect. It's the perfect holiday kit, isn't it? So if you're going off to the caravan for the weekend, or you're going away, then it doesn't take much space. And in the kit, because you've got everything.
And I actually do like hand sewing. I'm just not very good at it. I really aren't. But this is making me It's making me already by like row 3, I'm so much better. So anyone that maybe thinks, oh, hand sewing's not for me, you just get lost. And you're quite right, you can sit watching the telly.
And it does grow quite quickly, doesn't it?
It does.
Once you get the hang of how to do it.
It does.
And a lot of people I find will make up all of their pieces in advance, or, well, I'm too impatient, I usually do about 2 or 3 rows, and then I start sewing them together and then I mix them up.
Ah, right, because I have looked, if I'm sent anything, I just look on the internet to find out about it, but I couldn't find it, and I just thought, no, I'm going to ask you, because I know that you are like the queen of, and you just guided me through what to do, and it is very easy once you know how
It is
to
easy.
do it.
It is actually really easy, and you just choose whether or not you make up everything in advance to then sew together.
Ah, so that's what you would do. So you'd do all the glue.
Yeah, but I'm a bit impatient. I mean, but if I was, say, going on a train journey, I would make up enough to take with me.
Just to be able to sew.
Yeah, but it depends how impatient you are, you see.
See, I kind of, when I'm sewing, I kind of like the process of doing it all like in a chain.
Yeah, I think with EPP, I don't think it's the same. I think people often sort of do a few and then sew them together and do a few. But you know, that's the lovely thing. It's up to you.
Yes, so the first thing that I would like to say is about the fabric. You have 12 different colours, and for one colour you need 6 kites, and for the other colour you need 7 kites.
Right.
So look how much fabric you're going to have.
Whoa.
You literally need 6 and 7.
So you have loads left over.
You have loads. And
Fantastic.
to your point, the 10-inch charms, I mean, I was drooling over them.
Oh, it's gorgeous,
Absolutely
isn't
gorgeous.
it? Absolutely gorgeous.
You only need to cut out either 6 or 7.
So that's
of 12
so
of them.
you have loads left over.
You'll have absolutely loads.
So where do you start? Where did you start with
I
this
started by
then?
peeling the stuff off the template.
Oh, right, yes. So your template won't be green.
No, it's got a little film on it just to protect it.
Well, do you know,
while
actually
it's
it works
travelling.
quite well like that, doesn't it?
It looks perfect until you've got a fabric that is that colour.
Yeah,
and
then you can't see through it.
Now,
so yes, it does have a film on
with
it.
your fussy cutting, the ones that I've got doesn't really matter because they can be any way up, any way round.
Yes.
But you do need to be mindful of which way your kites are going when you're fussy cutting.
Okay.
So the template is your kite shape. Your
Right.
template is your kite shape here. And they either go this way or this way.
Okay,
So if
so-
you are fussy cutting and you want, maybe with your little birds, you want your birds to be the right way up, then you would do it that way for those, but then you would turn it around and do it that way
Right.
for the bottom ones.
So must remember to do that.
You just need to work out which if they're going to be the bottom kites or the top kites as to which way, but it doesn't really matter.
So it's probably worth cutting all your fabric out at the beginning then.
The first thing is doing exactly what you've done, although your rainbow is like, oh, it's not quite how, the pink should not be next to the red, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that
but,
goes down
but
with
what
the purple.
would it be next
goes
to
down
then?
With the purple.
Oh, would it?
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, so it would
Yeah,
go
but
down.
then pink doesn't come into that.
I'm one of
does
those
it?
sad peoples that when I get a pack of pens or pencils, they all have to be put in like rainbow order.
Yeah, but I felt like pink is light red.
That's better. That.
Okay.
I'm happy now. I'm happy
I've
now.
had to redo it.
Sorry.
Redo it now. There we go.
But that's exactly, you have done exactly what I would do, and I would lay them all out. With the wall hanging, and you're quite right, you get the option to do the wall hanging or the cushion, and that cushion was incredible that the lady sent in.
Oh, I love that.
But
love
so
that.
neat, so neat. So you'll get, I would lay them all out. Now with the cushion, and I've gone by the picture on the back, it's not really graduated. Whereas the wall hanging in that Lou's done is graduated. So
Yes.
if you have a look on the back, I think it's
Oh
right
yeah,
on the
no, I
back.
saw that. Yes.
Yeah, on the back, the cushion is just like anything goes.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
I've done an anything goes.
So it's really up to you, isn't it?
Yeah, with the cushion. I think the wall hanging does work better as graduation, but not the cushion, as I say, anything goes.
Yeah, but it's up to you what. That's why it's worth laying it out, isn't it? to
You've
have-
done exactly what
have a
I would
think.
do. And then cut all your pieces out. I'm just going to show you how to do them. Now, I know when you were using your little template and putting them around, it looked like you were by fussy cutting, it looked like you were going to waste quite a lot of fabric. That's not the case, because then you just use it all over
You
the
can
fabric
use it.
in
So
other
say you
places.
were so if we were using this blue one, for example, and you think, well, I want one of the seed heads, so you could lay that one and cut that one. But then if you turned it around and you wanted one the other way,
Exactly.
and you wanted it facing like that, so you can really I guess it's making better use of the fabric in that way, isn't it?
It is, definitely. And then you're going to get more than one wall hanging, more than one cushion. With the cushion, I'm not sure you have 1/2 metre of fabric. There is 1/2 metre of the white, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And I'm assuming, because I have read the instructions, I'm assuming that you're intending for that to be the border as well.
Yes.
But you don't have to do that as the border, because you can make the border out of some of the
Oh,
leftover
yeah, no,
fabric,
that's true, actually.
you?
Yes, isn't it?
You could do that. So in that case, you may even be able to get 2 cushions.
Oh, yeah, because it says you need 1/2 metre for the front panels and the back of the cushion. But yes, if you use these fabrics for the border, you'd be able to make 2.
I would do a scrappy border, so I would just, I don't know, maybe do a 2 or 3 inch border, and then just do 2 or 3 inch squares and just make a scrappy border, because that's just what I like to do. Right, so the first thing that you're going to do is you get your template.
So that little multi-mat is perfect for that, isn't it?
This goes everywhere with me. I'm not going to show you the other side of it because it's rather dirty. But it goes, I've had this for a long, long time.
Okay.
It goes, it's not one of yours, it's my one.
Oh,
This
okay.
is mine.
$14.99 if you want the same as Wendy's, but cleaner.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah,
bad,
yours
sorry.
won't come as grubby as Wendy's does.
Yeah,
so
I
you've
do.
got the cutting mat on one side.
I've got the cut. All right, I'll show you. So I do apologise.
Oh, it's filthy.
Well, I've had a little bit of an. I
Wendy.
know, but this is years old.
Yes.
Years and years and years old. So I didn't just buy it last week. I did warn you, didn't I? Yes. So you've got the cutting, and it's brilliant because then you just.
And then you've got the ironing.
And then you've got the cutting, and it's
Brilliant.
fantastic. It goes everywhere with me. I have a little, as you know, your little kit that I made, that
Yeah,
goes everywhere
you're
with
sewing,
me.
yeah.
So I'd probably
Lovely.
take that on the desert island with me, because then I could get everything.
That's
no,
cheating.
oh, okay.
No, I said 3 things. Well, a sewing kit is not one of those 3 things. You can only have 3 things.
Oh, you're
I still haven't moved on.
Such a spoil sport.
I
you are.
haven't moved on from my friction pen yet.
Oh, now see, look, I've got mine. Yeah.
I can't decide what my other 2 are. you see.
But I was so excited. I didn't know they came in all those colours.
Did you not?
No, I didn't. I just thought they were, because I've had this for ages. Because we make things last, don't we? So what you can either do is, I don't need to fussy cut this one because it's just like swirly, so it doesn't matter. So you can either draw around it with your friction pen. And then, now I've put one layer on top of the other. Am I allowed to do that, boss?
You can, because you're not
right,
fussy
okay.
cutting, so yes, you can.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I'm not fussy. I thought I am quite fussy.
Because you're not fussy cutting, then yes, you
I'm
can.
allowed to do that, am I?
Yeah, well,
So-
also, yes, I guess because you're rotary
So
cutting.
I'm just thinking, for me, of like speed, of cutting 2 out at once. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Right, okay then.
Yeah.
Lovely. And
Unless
then,
you're fussy cutting, and then it won't work, will it?
no, because on the other side
Yeah,
it won't
so
be
on the other
right.
side it wouldn't be the right thing.
And then what you can do is you can use your rotary cutter and your I've got a little tiny one
A
of
little
these.
one,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's there's one round there. Just use a little tiny one, or use your template, so you don't even have to draw around it.
Oh, can you use that to cut from?
Well,
Why not? It's acrylic.
well,
isn't it?
I wasn't sure. I'm not going to lie. So I did have a little sneaky look at Lou and see what she did, and she did.
Oh, did
So
she?
if she did, then I'm
But then
going
it's,
to.
it's the same thickness, isn't it?
And it is what's the word I'm looking for?
Acrylic?
Yes, it is, but you use it against those. So
Yeah, so it's the same thing and it's the same thickness. It's
So
not
please
like
tell me
using-
if I'm not allowed to do
Well,
it.
I
but
don't
did
know. I
watch
mean, it's
her.
like you're not allowed to use a plastic ruler. I tried that once.
No, don't.
Cut the ruler around me.
Please,
Did
do
try
not.
that. Not a good idea.
And
But
then the
why
good
not?
thing about this is it's not rotating, but because it's tiny.
It moves.
Because I'm one of these people, I'm sorry, I don't like it when people, because it's a bit dangerous.
I know,
for
I
me.
do that though because I'm too lazy.
Yes, I
to
did
move.
see you do it the other day.
Yeah,
I
I've
thought
done
I'm
it
going to
many
have a word
times,
with you.
Many times.
So I actually always like to cut away from me, but I'm
Well,
keeping.
I like to.
But you don't always do
No,
it.
but I put pins in my mouth as well though.
See, I'd
Oh,
forget and then
everyone
I'd
does
talk and
that.
then no, I don't, because I would forget. You know what I'm like.
Well, what amazes me is I have never ever swallowed a pin.
Yet.
Yeah, true. But I always do. You know when you're sewing and you come along the seam, you just put them in your mouth as you go along, and then you just spit them in the pink.
Absolutely not, because honestly, I would.
Oh, I
would
cannot
forget I've got it in
Really?
there and then just chat and be like, oh dear. So I just turn. That's why it's brilliant. I turn
Yes,
this.
perfect.
And because it's got the.
So please do what Wendy does because she's right.
Only on this occasion.
Not
I'm not
me.
normally right. I'm not normally right. But I've cut 2 out. I wouldn't risk many more.
No.
But having said that, this is just a guide.
True.
So if you were a little bit more, don't go less.
Yeah, but if it was slightly over, it wouldn't be the
then
end
it
of the
wouldn't
world.
matter, because
No.
now what we're going to do, and I don't know.
Or you just draw around it and cut it out with scissors.
But
there is that.
I wouldn't do more than one layer if I was
No,
doing
no,
that,
no. If
because
you were doing-
again, it moves and
It would slip. So if you
Yeah.
if you're cutting it, drawing around and cutting it out, then use scissors.
Because I
And one layer only.
I'm one. I get very easily sidetracked, as you can see. I go upstairs to get something and come down with something
That's
completely
your age. I'm allowed to say that because we're the same age.
Are we?
Probably. Well, I'm probably about 20 years younger than you, to be honest.
And what I also did, because I like to research things, and I did that to mine because
Why?
someone said that it was easier to remove them if you put a little hole in.
Really?
Oh, you see now.
I have
think,
no idea. I've
What?
never put...
You are the queen. You
Well,
are my
do you
queen.
know what? I have seen lots of those with holes in them, and I have no idea why.
Well, someone said that once you've got it all made like this, if it's got a little hole in it, it's
Then you
easier.
can go.
to-
I've never even thought of that. I've done EPP
But please
for
don't
years
do
as
it
well.
if it isn't, because I have no
No,
idea.
because a lot of them do have holes, and never even crossed
if
my mind
anyone
that.
out there does know that what we don't,
Yeah.
please let us know.
Yeah, but, well, that's the thing with sewing, isn't it? You know, it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it and how much you know. You're always something new, isn't it?
I learn
Well, there we
something
go.
new
So
every
hole
day.
punch,
Yeah, I just put a little hole punch in the middle. But this is how they come.
right?
So they don't have a hole, and there's nothing wrong with those. And I'm not going to lie, I know when I watched Lou doing it, a lady did say she keeps catching the edge. I did at first, and it literally is practice. The more you practice, the smaller you can get your stitches, and then you'll find that you won't. So probably my first few I can't reuse because I got
But
little...
after that, you will be able to.
Now,
Yeah.
now I'm okay.
So are we going to glue or tack?
Well, I'm going to glue.
Okay.
You can tack. Do you glue or tack? I glue.
Well, I always tacked, and
Oh,
I
right.
said I'm not gluing.
Okay.
And then I was in a bit of a rush one day, and I started gluing, and now I can't go back to tacking.
Oh, you see, I kind of feel that tacking is another added, like...
I know, but I've been doing EP for such a long time that it was the days before glue pens.
Well, obviously not long enough. 'cause
Not
you
long
can-
enough. I didn't know about the holes. But then I discovered glue pens, and now I only glue.
That is really interesting.
But some people like a mixture. Some people will glue it in place.
Right. Okay.
So
Yeah.
glue the centre on,
Yeah.
the paper,
Yeah.
and then tack.
Am I right in thinking that the insides would be more reusable if you'd tacked them?
No.
Because they wouldn't have glue anywhere.
No, no.
That was my theory. I was thinking maybe that it's
No,
that it would be
not
you'd
really.
be able to use the insides.
No, no, not
And because
really.
these are kites, you know, they are cut, they are
Yeah, no,
precision
it's
cut.
fine. It comes off either way.
Right.
So
first-
if we're going to glue, how
I'm
do we
gluing.
glue?
So you've got your shape. So you've got the right side and the wrong side. So you have the wrong side facing up because as you explained in the little template here, that centre piece here is to show your seam allowance.
Mm-hmm.
So this little template is the same as that inner where the line is.
Magic.
And then we place it on here. Now, again, so then would you put a dollop of glue there first?
On the paper.
Would
Well,
you?
can put it on either. Yeah, hold
Oh,
it in
see,
place.
okay, I would do that. I'm learning
Just
to
a
do
little
that.
spot.
I put a little splodge
So
on there.
even if you're a tacker, it's best because if you glue it, because if you're a tacker, you pin it on and then you tack round. It always moves, no matter even if you pin it on.
What do you mean you pin it on? You put a pin through the
Yes.
centre? Oh,
Because
okay.
otherwise it slips. It starts moving.
I did find that a couple of
Mm.
times, but I thought, do I really want to glue?
That glue just disappears.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Yeah, it's amazing. So,
I found my second thing that I'm taking.
yeah, that's true. Very tempted to do that.
Well, no, I tell you what, if we go together,
Yeah, should we go together and we'll split?
I'll take the glue stick and you can take something else. A top tip on this, do not leave the lid off. It goes hard, just saying.
So stick it in place first,
I'm
and then
in.
you can be sure it's
I'm
in
in
the
place.
centre.
I'm in there. And you want to try and get it as even as you possibly can.
Yes.
As even as you can. And then you put a little bit of glue down one side and just push it over. Now I started to do the glue all the way around the outside and got in a terrible mess.
Well, the problem is, if you do it all the way round, is that you need to be gluing the fabric as well as the paper. So
yes.
I tend to do,
Yeah.
there's no right or wrong here, but if I'm doing, say, hexagons, I'll do opposite sides.
I did read that. They did say to do that.
And then I'll do the other, because if you glue just the paper all the way round, because where the fabric, it then don't stick at the corners, does it?
I found that. So I'm not doing that now. So I do.
Or sometimes I do it just one at a time, depends what mood I'm in.
Well,
really.
I go round one way because then I started one at one long side, and then see, it makes a huge difference because I am gluing it at the same time. And then I was left with the long edge here.
Yeah.
So when I went
Yeah, so
down
you are
here-
sticking on the fabric, so you've got, that's why I glue it as I go. I mean, if you do it a different way at home, honestly, there is no right or wrong to this,
Well,
really. It's just easier.
that's really good because I messaged you, didn't I? And I said, is this right?
And make sure, but your ears should stick out.
Yeah,
That's
I was going,
the important
shall I cut
thing.
the ears off? No, don't cut
Because
your ears
if you
off.
try, the ears are those little bits that are sticking out, by the way,
Well, yeah.
in case you wonder what we're on about. But if you try and fold those inwards, you won't get as clean a tighter,
And that's
crisper
what you're
point.
looking for,
So
isn't
leave
it?
the ears, because the ears they will become underneath as you assemble.
And that is what, because I held it up this morning, didn't I? I went, is this what it should look like? You went, yep, that's perfectly
Ears.
fine. So this is what it should look like when you've done it. And if
So you make loads and loads of those.
loads and loads, and that's what I did. I actually just sat.
Just sat and made them all.
And then I thought, yeah, if I'm driving, I can't do it. But if I'm a passenger in the seat, then I can just sit and do
Yeah,
them.
so if you've got all your sticking and gluing and everything done, or tacking, whatever, you can then assemble. I mean, you can do that on the train. 'cause
And I was
it's
watching
easier.
Lou the other day, and she was saying that some of hers have been in there a long, long, long time. So this glue is amazing.
it just
doesn't
stays,
pop
yeah.
up. So when you've got that, you then start putting them together. Now, this is where I got a little bit confused before, and I'm not confused now because
Oh, good.
no,
Wendy's
you
not
told
confused
me
anymore.
what you're looking for is to do the continual line, aren't you? Not keep cutting your thread and then joining the back
Yeah.
together. So you need to remember where you start.
Well, it's about planning a route.
That's not my forte,
Yes.
but I think
But there isn't ever one route that will go all the way around without cutting your thread.
There really isn't, is there? Really
But there
isn't.
if you think about it in advance, it's about, because you don't really want to stop and start too much,
Mm-hmm.
because that's when it can come undone. And anyway, you don't want to stop and start.
No.
So if you can keep going.
And I was stopping and starting, and I was getting very frustrated because I was having to do monotony and
Yeah,
start
yeah.
again, which I didn't. And then I thought, well, hang on a minute, there's an up and a down and an up and a down. And if I plan, then I'll be able to do that. Now, these two here, I have sewn together. So what you do
Hang
is...
on, we've got a message from Lynn. One moment.
Oh.
Hi, am I missing something here? How do you get the smaller template? Ah, well, you get the, this is the acrylic template. That's for cutting the fabric. Then these are the cardboard ones that you stick the fabric round. And you get all of these, loads of them, in the packet. And then you get the one acrylic template. So that's your fabric. And then that's for your, for sticking it or tacking it round. And they all come in the pack.
It's all there for you.
Yeah, so
It's
you haven't, they're
brilliant.
not a template. You don't need to cut these out. These are all cut out, and they're die cut, so they are absolutely perfect. They're not being cut out by someone by hand.
No,
They
they're
are
precision. Every single one is
precision.
exactly the
so
same,
yes,
aren't they?
it's all there.
And I'm not going to lie, the first few you may not be able to reuse if you catch
Yeah,
the edge,
but, you know.
as you progress in the journey. And it was something I thought, I'm not going to have the patience, I'm not going to have the time. I'm now thinking, what can I make next? So it catches you.
It is very addictive. So
You sew them together in rows,
how do we
and then
sew
you
them
sew
together?
the rows together. So I've got one row and I need to sew it to another. So you just follow, where is my pattern? There it is. And you follow the pattern and it tells you how to do it. So you sew them in rows 2 together.
Okay.
So you put that one to that one, that one to that one. And it's all,
So this has actually got quite a set route anyway.
it has.
Go up and down and up and down, up and
That
down,
one.
easy. So
That
how
one.
do we sew 2 together?
Right. So first of all, I was going to see if I can keep them in line so that I know. So it's going to be that one and that one. Right. So what we do, sorry, it's probably better if I put that one out of the way, is I'm now going to sew that one there. So you place right sides together, and you want to, the thing that you're interested in more than anything is lining the cardboard up inside. So you can see that the cardboard, each end, has been lined up, because these little ears and what you were saying about the ears, they're the little flappy bits, but you want to make sure that the actual cardboard is lined up. And then we're just going to, I'm going to catch the end of the next one. And you can see here, oh sorry, I need to sew down here. Now, if you can see on this one here, I'm not sure how close in you can come. Look at my stitches, how big they are there.
Yeah, but do you know what? It's hand sewn. It's not supposed to be totally invisible, is it?
It's not, no.
You know, but people who have been doing this for years and real experts, you can barely see the stitching. But to me, I think it's about
Right, you can barely see the stitching there.
But it is. You're supposed to me. You should be able to see the stitching. It's hand sewing, isn't it?
But the lovely thing I love about this is that it makes you get better at hand sewing without even realising that you're doing it.
You do get neater, but do you know what? When you finished it, if you can see the stitches, that's fine.
No, I love the fact about that, because there is nothing worse than something being handmade, but it looks like it's been machine bought. You don't want that. I like to see the stitches. And what you're trying to do here is you're trying to catch the top of one piece of fabric with the top of the other without catching the cardboard underneath, and we're just doing a whip stitch, so we're just picking it up, and you'll know if you've caught the cardboard because you'll feel it. It doesn't matter if you do, as you say, it doesn't matter if they sew, but I found this just so therapeutic. And I'm just doing that whip stitch, so I'm picking it up. Now again, I don't know, you'll be able to tell me because you've done it, not to have too long a thread each time.
Well, no, I guess not, because it gets caught around things. Depends how lazy you are. I usually have a really long thread because I can't be bothered to keep starting and finishing, and then regret it because it keeps getting caught around everything. And it depends on the thread you're using. If you're using a pure cotton thread, it gets bobbly and breaks if you've got it too long. But if you use a polyester thread, it doesn't.
Oh, that's interesting.
It doesn't break and doesn't get as bobbly, does it? So,
that is
whereas cotton thread does. It's like if you sewed on buttons, the cotton thread will break.
And then just keep going down.
So, I mean, if you read about it, the stitches are supposed to be, as close together as you can get them. You know, some people say they get like 15 to an inch. I think that's pushing it.
15 to an inch?
Yeah, I know.
15 to an inch?
That's sort of overly optimistic.
Oh my goodness. I'm just excited when I don't catch the paper.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I don't do that many either. I think the more stitches you do, maybe the neater it looks. I'm not sure.
Well, do you know what? But you could say that the less stitches you do, if they're all neat, I just think that looks incredible anyway.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I think it's like any craft, isn't it? You will always get some people who will say this is the right way to do it, this is the wrong way to do it, this is how you should do it, but actually
there's never a right way or wrong way.
I think you just do to be honest, I do as few stitches as I can get away with, because you just
it's me like doing about 3,000 down one side. What, you'd probably do about 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. But you know, it's my PP, so. And I said, with all things, you do it how you want to do it. Unless you're entering a competition.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Miss Wendy will be now entering the EPP number of stitches per inch competition. It doesn't really matter.
Please tell me there's not one of those.
There probably is. Bit like the jam making competition.
But this is now something that I'm not just done because I need to do it. I now want to do this because it is such good fun.
I adore EPP.
I didn't think, because I can't, as I say, because I cannot sit still and my mind's going like 90 miles an hour all the time, but this is such fun.
And also, think of all the little scraps of fabric you're using up.
Yes.
Economy.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
So like, particularly things like Liberty fabrics, never chuck out my Liberty fabrics. I always keep the small scraps because they're perfect for EPP.
I always do.
That's very neat, Wendy, for a beginner, isn't it? It's very, very neat.
I tried my hardest because I knew I was coming to the queen of EPP.
The lazy queen of EPP.
But yeah, and what it has done, it's made me sit still for more than 5 minutes, which is a great thing in my house. But it's also, I'm practicing a skill that I don't feel very comfortable with hand sewing, but already now I'm thinking, just give me anything to hand sew.
Better now.
But and then all you do is you then sew the rows together.
So how do you get one row to the next then?
Right, so this is a little bit, it's not difficult, but you place them right sides together, like that. Then you fold them over, and then you would start sewing down here. And then when you get to this side, you do have to wiggly jiggly it about a bit.
But it's paper, so it folds.
It is.
So it's fine.
And it will go back. And as I say, I watched the whole hour with Lou. Lou was saying that when she presses it, it then kind of makes the paper go back to where it should be anyway. It's not paper; it's like a card, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's thick paper.
Yeah, so you would do
sort of between paper and card.
So
isn't it?
you do the first one, and then you would have to like move it round.
Yeah.
But it's fine. It's very easy to do. As you can see, I've done already. I'm on my third layer. You would have 6 and 7, but I wanted to just get a few rows done. But then to turn it into a cushion, so easy. You would just make sure you remove all the pieces, and you.
So how do we remove the pieces?
Well, let me see how easy it is to remove.
But you've got to have sewn round all sides of it before you take it
That's
out.
the most important thing.
Press it
Do not take any
first.
templates out that haven't had all their sides sewn, because you're going
But
to
you
need
can
that.
take them out before you finish the whole thing,
Now-
if you want to, because it becomes more flexible.
I
as
could
well.
now take these out.
Go on then. There's nothing more joyous than taking out your EPP templates.
Or FPP.
Oh, yeah. No, I hate doing that.
Oh, I love taking out.
Oh, it all gets underneath the seam allowances.
Now, as we can see, this is the first row.
So what
and-
are you
and
doing?
I'm-
Are you peeling?
I'm showing live, and as it is, I have caught. Remember me saying that I
Yeah.
know that I had. I'm literally just easing it back, and then just getting my finger under and just gently teasing it out. You don't want to be pulling it out, because you don't want to compromise any of those beautiful stitches you've just sewn. And then they come out
Perfect.
really, really easy. And yes, you're right. As you go further up, that's now nice and soft
It's
and
just
pliable.
easier. So I always press it before I take any out.
Yes, give it a press, and then it evens all the stitches, because I know that if you say every time when you do the machine stitching, when you press it, it puts all the stitches back into their place. Exactly the same with this. And then once you've finished taking it all out, give it a good press, because you then want these
The seam allowances.
the seam allowances to be
Also,
all
when you
flat.
want to reuse these, give them a little press.
But that's because the pressing, then you have to manipulate.
No, when
them
you
to
take them out, if you with a
Yes.
dry iron, if you give them a little press, it's a bit like linen. They go crisp again, because when you've wiggled them, they sort of go. I tried it the other day to be sure, but they go a bit.
Well, even my little
loose.
ones that I know that I've caught the
Yeah,
edge,
if
I'd
you-
still be able to use, because I haven't caught them too much.
And if you press them, then they sort of go crisp again.
But I'm absolutely hooked now. I have.
Question from Carol.
Oh.
I'm a complete beginner with EPP. What is the best thread to use, and should it be double? Well, there's a big debate over the best thread to use. There's loads and loads of different things that people say. A lot of people say use cotton thread if using cotton fabric goes together. I don't use cotton thread because I find it breaks. I use a polyester thread. I don't use double, but you can.
I did. I did.
Yeah, there's a
Actually-
lot of people who said you should use single thread, but there's no should. It's up to you. I use a single thread.
Single would probably.
They
not-
won't show up as much.
Exactly, and it won't snag as much. I should have done that.
And there are threads that people recommend that are almost sort of invisible for EPP, various ones, and I've used them, and I don't personally just don't like them. They're not as flexible as a polycotton.
But as you're quite right, because it's a handmade item, actually it's nice to see a little bit of the.
yeah,
the
so
threads.
I use a polyester thread because it's stronger, but a lot of people will use cotton because they use cotton fabric.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to try both. I'm hooked now. Absolutely hooked. Give it
Well,
a go.
that's brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Wendy. You are now an EPP expert, and I'm looking forward to seeing that cushion finished. When I see her next, she'll have finished that cushion.
I promise you, I went 2 weeks.
She'll be back on at 12.
I'm just thinking 2 weeks' time. I might not in 2 weeks.
I was thinking 12.
12 weeks. Oh, no, not 12. You were teasing me then, weren't you? See, I was in the EPP moment then.
I was teasing her. I was teasing her. Advice for belly. I always use an applique needle to avoid catching the template, and they're very sharp. Also, use beeswax on my thread. That's really good. I always use, these everyone uses different. Applique needles are really good for that. I use a milliner's needle, milliner's / straw, because they're long.
Oh my goodness. Do you have a thimble?
Always.
Okay.
Always have a thimble, because otherwise I end up shredding the ends of my fingers.
Okay.
Applique needles are really good because they are very, very sharp, so you don't get it's easier to not catch the paper.
I'm there. I'm going to be.
But I
this
prefer
is so much
milliner's
fun.
needle because they're longer.
I'm going to try it always because, you know, it's one of these projects that I want to finish this because I have had so much fun doing it. So watch this space.
Fantastic. So have we got time to run through all the kits? So the one that Wendy was working with, there's too many W's there. The one that Wendy was working with is this lovely tonal one where you get 12 fat 8s ranging through from blacks to charcoals to beige. I've probably got all these in the wrong order. Beiges, golds and white, but you can put them in whatever order you want. Remember, it's quite nice to intersperse plains with prints, just a thought, but obviously it's yours, you do whatever you like with it. You also get 1/2 metre of white, which is used for the borders and the backing, or again, there's enough fabric here for you to use your borders from the fat 8s as well. You get the full pattern, which comes with, in case, the applique, the acrylic template, which is used for cutting, but also all the paper templates you'll need to create the design, so you haven't got to cut these out yourself. That is the tonal tone one. Then we have the rainbow one. Hang on. So you get your 12 fat 8s, which you could arrange in whatever order you like. Look, there we go. Cat likes the pink down there. You can put in whatever order you want. All of those. 1/2 metre of white for the borders and the backing, and then the pattern and all the papers and stuff. I have to keep showing these so you know that you get all of this. So that's the rainbow one, and then finally there's the blue one, which beautiful tonal range going all the way from navy through to I'm sure I've got these in there. I can't work out what order to put them in. I'd spend ages doing that. What you can do as well is you can cut out all of your kites and then lay them all out on a surface, because it's probably easier to see how they work. So if you need 7, 6, 7, 6, if you cut 7 out of everything, then it might be just easier. Sometimes when I'm trying to work out fabric, I'll just cut out small squares, because it's a bit easier to see how they work together. So you get all of these 12 shades of blue, which are lovely because you've got the prints for the fussy cutting and you've got the whites and the mid blues. You get 1/2 metre of the white, which is used for the borders, and then you get the paper pattern and the acrylic template and all those paper templates for $29.99. Now, if you have got your own fabric and you would like to just use that and you want the pattern on its own, we do have that. That is £14, and that comes obviously with the pattern. It comes with the acrylic template and all of the paper templates as well. So that if you want to use your own, that's the whole pattern there for £14. But the kit's are a really good way. It's a great starting set because you've got loads of fabric there. It's all been handpicked from one fabric range so that you know tone on tone and the prints, everything, all the colours will go together. So they're a really good way of getting started with it. Glue pen, very important. We will be talking about the next hour, but if you buy a glue pen, you need to buy the glue pen refills. Okay. Except we sold out of those. But the glue pens do come with one. And remember, that is in Wendy's Desert Island sewing tools. Desert Island sewing tools. Should we phone Radio 4 and tell them we've got this new idea for them called Desert Island sewing tools? I'd listen to it. Anyway, we will be back in a couple of minutes' time where it's lots of different sewing tools and zips. Love zips. So I've got lots of different sewing tools and accessories for you. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
And welcome back to Sewing Street, to the haberdashery hour. I feel like I'm a little shop. it's actually just really nice things. Maybe this will add up to me, Desert Island Sewing Room. There's so many things here, but just really lovely things, particularly the zips. Quite excited about those. But I'm going to start off with this panel. I love this panel. Kat said to me, this is so you. She obviously knows me very well. Oh, I love it so much. It is the sort of panel that I would buy and then never use because I loved it too much. But it's just gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, look at the quality of the illustration. So it is your whole sewing room in a panel. So you've got buttons and zips, but it's really fun. Look, there's a lot of humour in the illustration. Like the zips are alive and they're sort of just jaunty, aren't they? And everything is just, it's not all static. It feels like, you know, the thread is moving and twisting and the zips are open and they just look like they're smiling. Less than 15. Wow. I mean, they are gorgeous. So don't do what I would do, buy it and not use it. Make it into something. So like this section at the top with all the tape measures and that's a beautiful pencil case to store some of your sewing equipment in. But that's a pin cushion, isn't it? This one here, you know, part of these you could use as one of those, this one, a notebook cover. Make yourself a little zip pouch out of the zip one at the bottom. Oh, hang on. This one here. Wouldn't that look lovely? The scissors, you know, you could make little zip cases to keep all of your haberdashery in, or a pocket on something. Maybe you've got like a denim pinafore or a denim dress. Sew one of these on as a pocket. It's just so lovely. There's so many things on it, and the fact that they're all divided means that you can use it all separately. Or just make it into one big cushion and put it in your sewing room. It is really nice. I mean, I don't know what size it is, but luckily I have a tape measure here. So the panel is 55 centimetres. 55. Yeah, so you can make yourself probably, yeah, actually the outer edges of this printed bit is 20 inches. So it's a really nice size panel. I like this. And there aren't very many of them left now. Less than 10 actually. But it really, it's got a lot of, it's just joyous, isn't it? I think it's because it looks realistic and everything has got movement. I like that. Yeah, I mean, and if you made this maybe into just a little pouch on something, you could actually sew buttons onto it and then keep all your buttons in it. It's just really nice. Or, you know, brilliant for cutting out fussy cutting, bit of EPP with these. Mandy said she would frame it and hang it on the sewing room door. Yeah, absolutely perfect, because it is lovely. It's just, that's what I mean by the humour in it. It's got movement and you know, everything's alive. It's almost like all these little things have come to life. Love it. Only 5 left. Only 5? I don't think I'm going to get one. Can I have this one? No. This will be one of them. So if you could possibly leave one left, then I can have one. And that one there, look, the sewing room, that's the one that you frame, put on your sewing room door. Or cut that one out, use a plain of fabric or a print that goes with it and sew borders around it. That's the cushion for your sewing room, isn't it? I love that. Only 3 left. Right, let's stop talking about this then, because I need one left. We do have another panel though that's very lovely too. I love that. I'm going to put that to one side. I like this one. Now this is a really, what I like this fabric is that you can't see it. It's really soft. It's so soft. It must have some kind of mercerization in it because it is so soft. I love this. So on this panel, you've got squares and rectangles, but they're all like rest and relax, camping and nature resort, Dragonfly Lake. I love that. And then you've got the squares are different wildflowers, but then the rectangles are like signs. Wildflower farm, open year round. Wildflower seeds and teas. There's loads of different things you can do this. You can cut them out individually, make them into cushions or different things, or wall hangings, or you can cut them out the whole, you know, you could cut out this half, then that's a square, and you can quilt down around the different elements. Perfect to embroider on top of. Imagine on the dragonfly, if you used a little bit of maybe blue metallic thread or a bit of silvery, you could embroider on top of it. So you can keep them as they are or do different elements. I have seen, if you have a look online, I've seen a few quilts that have been made using this panel. Lots of different inspiration out there for all the different things that you can make with it, because obviously once you start adding borders to this, it then suddenly becomes bigger and bigger. So that's one half of it, and this is the other half. So on the whole panel you get 4 squares and 4 rectangles. I love this one. Bed and breakfast, Ladybug Lane, come home to the country. It's just love. It's just charming, isn't it? But frame them, look lovely in the spare room, wouldn't they? Really lovely. But cushions, and again, you know, remember, you don't have to, if you see this as a rectangle, think, oh, I want a square cushion, that's fine. Just make the side borders wider than the top and bottom borders, and then you can make it whatever. Or you could make one of those long bolster cushions with this. So if you put big side borders on either side of it, you can make one of those long cushions. But it's just charming, isn't it? Really like that. So that's another panel. Should we talk about zips next? And now for some reason I get through, I don't know why, I've never got enough zips and I get through quite a lot of them. So I have started buying zips by the metre, but I actually don't like putting the sliders on them. And then I've never got the right colour, because then I'd have loads of them by the metre. So we have got loads of them, and this is why I like them. I'm going to get all of them right up my street, because Cat's put them in all in order, and I've just ruined it. So the good thing about these are all different lengths. Now you always need, you can cut a zip down, but you obviously can't make it longer. So always get a zip longer than you need, but it's a shame if they're too long, because you're sort of wasting zip. So we're going to start off with the 12-inch, which are the longest ones. The pastel ones have already sold out, so we won't do that one. So the bright, so you get 5 zips in here. Right, they will be mixed colours and they will be bright, but we can't guarantee which one they are. So they're 12 inches long, which is 30 centimetres. Now, luckily that's sort of come undone a bit, so I can show you. I'm going to take them out, because you need to see how a zip is measured is a very important thing. If you're cutting it down, it doesn't matter. So these are 12 inches, which is also 30 centimetres. If I get my tape measure, I'm going to show you how it's done. Now, a zip is measured from top, not tape, but teeth. So if we measure, I'm going to do inches, from the top of the teeth to the bottom, that's 12 inches. Yeah? So it's kind of, the measurement is usable measurement. So it's 12 inches from there to there, so that, and that is also 30 centimetres. Anyway, in this pack you get 5 for £3.49. They'll all be bright colours. Now, obviously, if you're using a zip, you can cut it down. So I always use a zip a little bit longer than I need, because particularly if I'm using it in something like the top of a zip purse or a bag, I don't like the metal bit because I don't want to sew through it. So I always have it a little bit longer, because then you can sew through, because these are nylon zips, so you can sew through them. The good thing about nylon zips is that they're easy to sew through. I mean, be a little bit careful. Don't use a super hot iron, but you can press them and they won't melt. Whereas the moulded teeth zips, you know, those ones that have got like thick, plasticky teeth that you have like in anoraks or sleeping bags, those are moulded teeth. They really melt. These nylon coiled, the teeth aren't teeth, they're actually coils. You can press those without too much of a worry, as long as you don't do it too hot. So those are the 12-inch brights. So next we have the 10-inch. Remember, that's teeth to teeth. Now we've got 2 different sorts here. We've got brights. Oh, the pastels are sold out again. Everyone loves the pastels. So the brights, £2.99, and you get 5. Now obviously there would be a mixture of them, and I've got red, orange, yellow, green and blue in here, but you get 5. So these are great. And remember, when you're buying zips and you're using them for different things, your zip doesn't always have to match your fabric. Usually in dressmaking it tends to, but if you're doing bag or zip or purse make, all that sort of thing, it's quite nice to have something a bit different. I always use a slightly different colour zip, just because it gives an extra bit of pop of colour across the top of something. But it's lovely to have them, because it's horrible not having enough zips. So 10-inch zips, 5 bright, £2.99. The next one is the 9-inch zips. Have we got pastels? Hey! So we've got 5 pastels, £2.99. Could be an array of colours. I mean, in mine, I've got pale pink, apricot, there's a pale grey, cream, lavender, but it'll be those sort of colours. In that one, there's blue. I mean, they're all, you know, you can see they're all pastel colours. So, £2.99, pack of 5, pastel 9-inch zips. We also have the brights, and again in this one, so that's 9-inch, you've got red, purple, green, yellow, so you will get mixed, but they just might not be exactly those colours. So that's £2.99 for 9-inch bright zips. Yeah, so if you look at the web, you look at the picture there, that they will be similar to that. They'll be bright, but they might not be exactly the same colours. Message from collector in Merseyside. Got 2 packs of these zips in the post today. They are great quality and such good value. Oh, well, thank you for sending that post. That's really important. It's really nice to see, you know, what you get, what you think of them, so that you can see, you know, because for your viewers out there to tell us and tell everybody else what you think about them and how they are. It means a lot more than everything that we say, obviously. So, and then finally we have the 8-inch zips. And we've still got pastels. Fantastic, aren't they? I mean, that's amazing quality, value for money. £2.99 for 5 of them. Because normally I would expect when I go and buy an 8-inch zip to pay over £1 per zip. So to get 5 for £2.99, and they're 8-inch ones. And so they're great value for money. And it's just good to have a big stash of them. I'm always running out of zips. So that's what it looks like on the web. But remember, the colours might vary slightly, but they will all be pastel. And then we have the brights. Again, £2.99. And a pack of 5. Yes, you might get a yellow. It is a lucky dip. It's lucky dip. I'm going to put that pack there because that's the one I opened. But I'll put it there so I don't get confused. And then, hang on, my arms aren't that long. I have to go under this. But if you want just plain black and white, always useful. Sort of thing, I'd have black and white and then coloured. So we've got 12-inch black. So you get 5 of those for £3.99. Guarantee they will be black. Colours will not vary in this pack of 5 black zips. £3.99. Yeah, if you get red ones, let us know. Something's gone horribly wrong. But you won't. You won't. They are a pack of 5 10-inch zips in black. Sorry, 12. 12-inch zips in black. And then we have 12-inch zips in white. Pack of 5. £3.99. So these are 30 centimetres, ideal for bag making things. You can also use them for dressmaking, but obviously please do check your pattern. They're the right quality for dressmaking, but you just need to check the length. Depends on where the zip is, whether it's in a skirt. You know, with some dresses you get a zip that goes halfway down the back, that would be fine, but some of them go all the way down, so just check that. But these nylon coil zips, that's what they are. They are ideal for dressmaking. They're not invisible concealed zips, they're just normal ones, but you know, they are the sort of thing, because they're a nice lightweight. You wouldn't want the metal ones, well, unless you're making jeans or something, but these are a good dressmaking quality, but perfect for bags and purses. I always need them. I use so many zips, so many. Love a zip. So then we've got 10-inch in black. These So what's my most used size zip? Well, because I tend to use them for things like zip purses, so they need to be about 8 to 10 inches long. That's what I normally would use. But I like long. I would probably buy 10 inches because then I can cut them down because I just find it easier then I don't have to sew through the metal bit. But I tend to buy them a little bit longer, so I would probably buy 12-inch zips because then I can use them for lots of things. And then we've got 10-inch zips in white. There we go. Lovely. So that's all the zips. So all the zips in all the sizes and all the colours. So it's really worth adding them to your bag. It's only £3.95 postage per day. Doesn't matter how much you order, whether you just order one thing or 300 things, it will still be £3.95. Anything, but you've got to have checked out. Now, when you put things in your basket, if you haven't shopped with us before, it's not yours until you check out. But you can check out more than once a day. You will only still have one postage applied. So if you check out now and in 2 hours time and then at 8 o'clock this evening, you will still only have that one postage. But it's really important to check out, particularly when we're low on stock of certain things, that once you check out, it's yours, but don't worry, you won't get charged more than one postage. Okay? Glue pen. Now, we were talking to Wendy in the previous hour about the joy of a glue pen. I love glue pens. Now, when you buy the pack, you will get the pen, but you will also get one refill, which is very important because they do run out. So you've got one in it. So basically, you've got two. So one comes in it already. The way it works is you just, I don't want to do that too much, a bit like, a retractable pencil, and you take it back down. Now, the good thing is, I've never understood why. The glue dries clear. It's water soluble, so if you use it and then you want to wash it, it will disappear. But for some reason, they come in all different colours when you buy the refills. I guess so maybe you can see it against whatever you're putting it on, but it does dry clear anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Now, these glue pens are ideal for EPP because you can stick the glue, the fabric to the paper. Now, it's not a permanent pen because obviously it's water soluble, but I've done EPP shapes and then months later they're still stuck in place, but then they come off easily. What they're really useful for is when you're doing something like you're putting a zip into fabric. So I'm just going to show you. I have one here. I have my own zip, so I don't have to use that one from the pack. So say you're wanting to put insert a zip into a cushion or something like that. So I've got two pieces of fabric. When you want to, if you're doing it, say maybe this is the outer of the, say we're doing a zip case and this is the lining and you've got to put the zip between the two. I always find when you're sandwiching something, if you've got 3 layers, you always find that one will move. So what I used to do was I would always sew one on, sew the zip to the bottom fabric and then sew this on, because otherwise it will move. But if you've got a glue pen, it's brilliant. So all you have to do, and it doesn't matter whether, if you're doing a zip this way where you're sewing it and you've got a lining, so say like a zip case, you just run a little bit of glue down there. Doesn't matter where you put it because it will come off. And then you can stick it in place. Now this glue isn't going to affect the fabric. Even if you don't wash it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't add any sort of extra weight or stickiness or anything. And then look, that's held in place. So now, if you were then going to sew this piece of fabric on top, that's held perfectly in place without the need for pins or anything else. It's also really good, when you do those postbox zips, where you have like a zip, maybe it's like a zip inside a bag where you've got the zip and there's a little hole and the zip inside, where you make that postbox shape first and then you put the zip behind. Really good for gluing on that. But anything where you don't really want to put pins in, where you want quite a quick finish, and also because pins can distort the fabric a bit, they'll move it slightly. So sometimes if I'm doing something really, really tricky, I will pin it and then tack it and then machine stitch it. But with the glue, you don't need to do that because it holds it really nice and flat. But it is special fabric glue. I have used these for a long time and it won't affect the fabric. Even if you don't wash it, it still doesn't make much difference. But also, it comes off really easy. So if I've put that on and think, oh God, I haven't put that in quite the right place, you can reposition it. It's just tacky enough to be able to reposition it. or you can put a little bit more glue on. But that's just, you know, I've taken that off and put it back on. So it's just so much quicker and easier. But it's one of those things, I think I'm with Wendy, I think I'd put this in my Desert Island sewing kit, that once you've got a glue pen, you'll think, oh, brilliant, I can do that with it. You know, when you're trying desperately to, or you pin something on and you have to pin it on the wrong side, and then you have to pin it on the right side. If you use glue, you don't have to bother with that. But it's a really good mate. The sew line is fantastic, and it comes with the one free refill. Now, we do normally sell the refills on the website, so if you do want them, we've sold out of them this morning, but just keep your eyes open because we do normally do them. The refills, I think, have 5 or 6 in the packet. Six in the packet, but they are extremely useful. One of those wonderful tools, and like in the old days, like when I did my EPP and I always tacked it, but now no way, I would always use the glue pen. And also it's not really sticky on your fingers, because I thought I ran out of my glue pen the other day. I didn't have any more refills, so I used a Pritt stick thing. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. And actually, I couldn't get the fabric off the paper. I mean, it did come off, so, you know, at a push you can use that. But it was really hard getting the fabric off the paper. So although you think it's like Pritt, it isn't. It just isn't the same thing, and it's not as good. So don't use that. I was just desperate. So that is... I'll put my zip away, otherwise I'll end up in one of those pastel packets. Best Press. Love Best Press. So, oh, we've got 2. The lavender is gorgeous. But so this is like starch when you want to add a bit of stiffness to things. We've got a lot of guest designers like Sally Ann Harrison. She loves it. She's a real, she should be an ambassador for Best Press because it is amazing stuff. When you're cutting fabric, particularly like quilting fabric, and particularly if you're cutting on the bias, let me turn it around so it looks nice. By spraying this onto the fabric in advance, it gives it a little bit of extra stiffness, and it makes it easier to cut and easier to sew. If you're cutting fabric on the bias, so maybe you're cutting bias binding, it takes the stretch out, so it makes it more stable. Oh, look on my, yeah, when now you're close up, you can see all the bits sticking all over me. I look like I've been in a sewing shop. I am in a sewing shop, yes. I look like I'm in my sewing room. I'm covered in bits. But it just adds that extra stiffness. It does wash out afterwards, so you can use it for your ironing. You can spray it on your shirts. I mean, on here, I mean, it does say Mary Ellen makes ironing almost fun. So yeah, I mean, it is used for normal ironing, so you can use it for that, but it's not starch, it's an alternative, so it won't give the same stiffness, but it is brilliant when you're sewing. If you're pressing something and maybe it's got a few creases in it, you know, like when you've got a fat quarter and it's been folded up for a while, give it a quick spritz with this and press. The creases will come out better, and you will find that when you're doing, particularly if you're doing a lot of, maybe you're making half square triangles or flying geese and you're doing lots of angles and cutting and stuff, maybe you're making, you know, when you make 8 half square triangles out of 2 squares, quick spray with this first. It makes it more stable and easier to sew. Now we've got it in 2 smells. This one is gorgeous. This is lavender and vanilla. Oh, it's just lovely. And it is lavender and vanilla. I mean, it really does smell like this. It's beautiful. It has sprayed it on the table, but oh, it's just gorgeous. It smells like, just like clean bed linen. Like, you know, when you've put something in the washing machine and it's been out on the line for a while. It's really lovely. So it's lovely if you want to, you know, to spray your clothes. Be really good for going out. But it is really, really nice. And what I've found when I use it, when you then come to press it, it makes the whole room smell of that smell as well. It's just gorgeous. It is one of those things that it does make quite a difference to your fabric when you're cutting and sewing to give it an extra bit of weight. But we've also got it in scent free. So if you don't want the smell, but you just want it to do the job, then we do have it $11.99. Yeah, we have the, yours won't have the top missing out of it. It's also, I love the way it's got soil guard. What does that mean? Does that mean that it doesn't get dirty? No. And it's earth and people friendly. So what does it say? Starching and sizing. Use on all fabrics. No clogging, no waste, no flaking even on dark fabrics. That's true. No residual shine, no spotting. Makes ironing easier. Relaxes stubborn wrinkles. That's true because does help. I know sometimes you think, oh, I'm going to have to wash this fat quarter because it's been folded up so much. But if you press this, if you spray it with water, it's not the same. The creases come out much better with this. Acid free, guards fabric from soiling. So it's got that kind of must have some sort of, I don't know what it's got in it. I suppose it repels dirt. There we go. I have to keep turning around because I've been looking at it. Anyway, and they come in a nice, it's not an aerosol, it's a nice pump action top. It's a nice environmentally friendly, but lovely. It's one of those things that really is worth treating yourself to. Whenever we get it in, we sell out of it, particularly the scented one. So it really is worth getting it. And it lasts ages. Really does. We have had them for a long time. But I use them when I'm doing a lot of piecing, particularly bias piecing, like half square triangles. But I use them a lot when when you press your fabric before you cut out, just give it a quick spritz. It does make quite a difference. And it actually smells, if you get the smelly one, it smells nice as well. Lovely. The Cave book. Cave Facet in the studio. It's lovely, isn't it? Saving £8. Anyway, behind this Cave Facet in the studio. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Look at this. So we're going through his workroom. It's all about his studio, how he works. I mean, this is just a beautiful book. If you love Cave Facet, and whether you love him for sewing, or whether you love him for needlepoint, or whether you love him for knitting, you will love this book. I mean, it's beautiful. Look at this. He says, I found these Dresden plate blocks at the Houston Quilt Festival. I've been there. And created a quilt with Liza Pryor. That is beautiful, isn't it? So this is all about his work and his studio and his designs. I mean, this is all of his knitted designs, because we've had some of his kits on Yarn Lane. I said he was a knitting designer before he was ever a fabric designer. There we are. All of his design process. It's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, he really is the master. I would say he's the king of colour. He puts colours together that you can't imagine will go until he does it. But what a beautiful book. This is all about his living room. Can you imagine living in that? I mean, this is lovely for some inspiration, even if you're not bold and daring enough to make your own house look like this. Maybe just a small part of it. Mosaics. That one's crochet. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, isn't it? What a beautiful book. And then, look, I mean, I'm sure you recognise some of these fabrics. These are from his collections. There's just his signature colour. What he would put in the dining room. Oh, it's just amazing, isn't it? The upstairs kitchen. What as opposed to the downstairs kitchen. And the bathroom. It just gives you, it's one of those sort of, it's an interior design book, but from Cave. So it has that feel of fabric and texture and textiles. How you can create the neutral colour with just a splash of colour. It's just lovely, isn't it? And the mosaics. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine owning that chair? The grand vegetable chair. This chair took me and my crew of 3 stitches 3 months to complete. Oh my Lord. I love that. I mean, I first came across Cave when I worked on Needlecraft magazine, and we used to use a lot of his needlepoint designs, and that's where they come from. They're just glorious. Oh, is that not? Has anyone got a fabric stash that looks like that? That is to die for, isn't it? Oh, I love that. And then outdoors, I mean, this is where he gets a lot of his inspiration, actually, is from flowers and plants. A lot of what the colours that he puts together are taken from nature. And people. Lovely, lovely book. So there's so much inspiration there. £19.99. So how much is its retail? Does it save £8? But, so we get all the way through. Puzzles. All the way. Oh, look at that. You could just pick up, it's one of those things that you can just pick up and just read a couple of bits, give you some inspiration for using colour and how to combine colours. It's often one of the problems that people most have is how to put colours together, what goes together. But in the book, you can see how he's put colours together. You think, okay, yeah, that's a really good idea. How does the sort of the blue mix with the russet red and the pink? Vintage textiles. And then when we get right to the back, I noticed he had one of his charts in here. I'm just going to get to the end bit where they've actually got instructions. So it's all, still life of patchwork quilt. So when we get to the end, then there are some instructions as well. So how to make the floral stripe quilt. Gorgeous. Stamp and Bricks tablecloth. So it is mainly an inspiration book, but it's also a project book as well. The rail fence quilt. So once you've got all that courage to put them together, then this is how to do it. But he's also got some of his needlepoint. So that's the chart for his blood red rose. Gorgeous, isn't it? And then there's the chart for the tulip cushion. So this is I think Cave started with knitting, then needlepoint, and then he moved into fabric. So you've got the chart for that, the radish cushion. So you can use this. I mean, he will have done this as needlepoint using tapestry wool, but you can use these as cross-stitch charts as well. And then some sort of basics of how to do needlepoint. We've also got some knitting. So you can knit this rail fence blanket and the tumbling block throw. So we've got quilt instructions, knitting instructions and needlepoint as well. So it's incredibly good value for money. And the marble snowball. There we are. Beautiful book, beautiful book. There's so much in there, isn't it? Kay Fassett in the studio. Right, next we're going to do this. I've got 10 of these. Is that a bad admission that I actually have 10 of these? And that's how much stranded cotton I actually own. So these are great. If you've got a collection of stranded cotton that's all in a box and all jumbled together, and you've discovered that all the labels fall off, and it's important when you get as many as I've got is to know what number they are, or even to put them in an order. So when you're choosing, I want a pink and a yellow, you can see how many pinks you've got. These boxes have been designed to store stranded cotton. That's what they're for. So they've got all these little compartments, and then you also get 100 of these little card bobbins. Let me see if I take them out. So one of these will hold a skein of stranded cotton. So what you do, so you get your skein of stranded cotton, you write down the number that's on the skein and write that down on the top of here. Then you take the papers off, because now you know the number, and you just wind it round and then put the end through the little slit to hold it. Then that will then sit in the box, like that. Oh, have we got an image? Oh, look, there we go. That's the front of the box. Yeah, and then basically free, you get 10 mixed skeins of stranded cotton as well to get you started. So I decided to sort out my stranded cotton collection, which has clearly been going on for many years now, and I have 10 of these boxes, which is a scary admission, isn't it? But I know, it's ridiculous. I mean, yes, normally the minimum that you would pay for these storage boxes is £5, but this is £9.99, so you get the whole box with the 100 cards, but you also get 10 skeins. Now these skeins, DMC retail at about £1.20 each. So it's an absolute bargain that you get the box. But it really is, if you like embroidery, like cross stitch, once you've used any of the thread in here, it makes it loose, so the numbers start falling off. But not only that, if you're not fussed about the numbers, when you collect more, you will be, because you'll think, I want to use, or I'm doing a design in this one 743, oh, I've run out, I need some more. If you don't know what the number is, it's impossible to match it up. But it's just also, they get very tangled and very knotted. Also, if you've used, because there's 6 strands in here, maybe you've cut a length and you've used 2 strands for one design, you've now got 4 left over. What do you do with those other 4? But then you just end up sort of throwing them out or trying to wind them around it. But if you wound it onto a card, you can wind the extra unused part of the skein onto that as well. So if you want to store your threads, it's the only answer. I've tried lots of different ways. That was why I have 10 of these. The green bag. We did have a smaller version of this on our birthday show, on Yarn Lane, our half birthday show. Love this. It's a cheese plant. It's the cheese plant bag. I don't think they're called that though, aren't they? They've got a name. Monstera. But it looks like a cheese plant bag. It's great, isn't it? It's got green pom-poms. It's quite, I mean, that's $3.99. I'm going to measure it and tell you. It's quite a good size, actually. Now, should we do in inches? So it's 11 inches by 9 inches. Got a zip with a tassel. It's got pom-poms all the way down the side. Ideal for storing your current project. So maybe you're doing some embroidery or some cross stitch or some EPP and you can put it in it, or maybe a little bit of crochet and you can put your crochet hook and your few balls of yarn. Or you want to you're going on holiday, hooray, one day. You put your passport and your travel tickets in there, or put your wash kit in there. So it's a really nice, sturdy, printed canvas on the outside and then just plain on the inside. So it's ideal for storing all different sorts of things. You could use it as a wash bag, makeup bag, put your hairbrush in it. Or it's brilliant for a craft bag. I think at $3.99 it's fantastic, isn't it? There's less than 10 of them now. They are really good for storage. Christmas present. You could buy this, $3.99. If I had it, I'd do a bit of embroidery on top. It's lovely, isn't it? You could, if you got some stranded cotton that was in a similar colour, just work a line of chain stitch or back stitch down the stems, just to add a little bit of difference to it. You could then even embroider the person's name on the side if you just drew it in a friction pen. Got a message from Neve. Oh, I have that bag. I keep my bag hardware in it. Great size too, Neve. Oh, thank you for the message. That's a really good idea. So, yeah, all of your D-rings and swivel hooks and all of those sorts of things. And it's quite interesting. Wouldn't it be lovely if you could go around everyone's sewing room and say, what have you got in all your different bags? Because we all have different ways of storing all our different things. I have a big, like, shoebox, but almost like a welly box with zips in. Because I have a lot of zips. But that's a really good idea. Where is the rose gold tape measure? I was playing with it earlier, but now I can't see it. Oh, it's hidden. It's lying underneath cave. I like this. Well, love a tape measure. Always love a tape measure. I've got a really nice 3-metre tape measure, which you have to buy very specifically, and I melted the end of the iron yesterday. It's still working, but now when I measure things, I have to start at 1 inch, because that's a bit dodgy. This is beautiful. So it's like a PU pleather, rose gold. Square, 150 centimetres long, just to prove it. See? 60 inches. It's just a really nice thing. Do you know, it's the sort of thing, really lovely to actually have in your handbag. I've always got a tape measure in my handbag. I'm honestly use it all the time. Don't know why. People often ask me if they can borrow it. It's got a little rose gold thing. Tab on the end of it as well. Lovely little present for somebody. But just it's $4.49. Really, really good value, but just a nice little treat. A lovely little thing to have. So if you already bought something, nice little thing to pop in your basket. Give to someone. But I've always got a tape measure in my handbag. Perfect. But it's nice. It's quite sort of padded and squidgy as well. One more go. The quilting set. So if you are new to quilting or even sewing, or you keep seeing people using rotary cutters and you think, I've not used that before, do I need to? Do I need that? Well, yes, you do. You definitely do. This actually is definitely, we'd have to be all three, I can't have them as a separate, is one of my essential things, because you've got to have all three together. I use my cutting mat, cutter and ruler all the time, and not just for quilting, for home sewing too. If I just need to cut a strip of fabric, even if I'm putting a zip in something and I need some little tabs, or maybe I've done something I need to just level it up. So maybe if you do some embroidery and you just want to level up the fabric, this is the most accurate way of cutting. But if you're not sure and you don't want to invest in the whole, because I've got a massive cutting mat and really I've got several rulers and rotary cutters, this is a really good starter set, $19.99. Also, if you do have the bigger set with all the mats and stuff, it's really nice because I have several cutting mats as well. It's nice to have a smaller set as well because you can turn it round. So if you don't have a rotating one, you can use it for different things. Really useful to have next to your sewing machine just to lay out things. When I'm piecing things together, I often put a layout onto a smaller mat. So brilliant as a starter set. I need to turn around again, upside down. Brilliant as a starter set if you've not used it. So you get the mat, and the mat measures 17 inches by 11 inches, double-sided. So we've got metric on one side and we have imperial on the other side. It's also got all the angles. So if you need to cut the 45 or the 60 or the 30-degree angles, that's all on there. So when you're doing half square triangles and you trim them afterwards, you need the 45-degree angle so that you get them the line of the triangle laying in the right way. So that's really important. You get the ruler, and you should always use a proper ruler when you're using a rotary cutter so you don't cut your fingers. So you get the ruler, which is perfect size for this, and you get the rotary cutter. Now these are really good because when we first bought these on Sewing Street, they gave me one. One of the great perks of my job is they often say, do you want to just try this out? I go, yes, I would love to. Thank you very much. And these are lovely. But you know, this is your starter beginner's set or an extra set on top. Once you move on for this, I mean, the quality of them all is all fantastic. You might then go, well, actually, I want a bigger one, or I want a smaller one, or I want a different size ruler. But if you've not tried it before, this is really good to get started. It will make a massive difference to the speed and the accuracy of your fabric cutting. Sewing machine bags, very, very important. We have 2 of them. So the good thing about sewing machine bags, so if you're going on a workshop, which you're just all starting again now, and you need to take your own machine, you don't really want to be carrying it with the pedal and falling out on the pavement. It's best to put it in a bag. So perfect for carrying. Now this is a really nice size bag and will fit most sizes of machines. Obviously you need to check, the measurements on the measurements are on the website, so I would say to just check those and measure them against your machine just to make sure it will fit. It will fit pretty much all machines. It's not going to fit your super massive ones. 32 centimetres high, so 46 centimetres across the front, and depth 21. So do check that. But the other thing, it's not just transport, is to store your sewing machine. Now if you're like me, you leave yours out on the table all the time, forget to put the cover on it, or you need to store on the floor, you must keep it, particularly if you store it on the floor, you must keep it in a bag because the dust always gathers on the floor. You'll end up with loads of dust in your machine. So it's a really good way, particularly if you've got a smaller workspace, is keep it stored in a bag. It will just keep the dust off it. It's also easier then to store it on the floor or under a table or something. You've got a pocket at the front, which obviously is for your foot pedal and the cables and anything else, scissors and stuff, but that's the ideal place to put that in. And it's really sweet because it's got a little key ring with a pair of scissors on as well. But it is a really good way of transporting, and then it's slightly padded, fully lined, got a nice like wipeable lining, and then the base of it is really solid and it's got feet. So if you're taking it somewhere and you're putting it on the ground, it's not going to get damaged because it's got the feet, but it's also got, hear that? It's got a solid base to it as well. So actually, and then the zip, what I like is the zip comes, it's got the zip that meets in the middle, but it's very easy to get it in and out. So actually, you don't have to buy this for your sewing machine. It'd be brilliant for storing all sorts of things. So Collector Merseyside has messaged in, I have my Janome overlock in one of these bags as it didn't come with a case. Yeah? So you can fit all sorts. You could put anything, your whole fabrics, you could put a big fabric stash in there. It doesn't have to be for your sewing machine. Obviously, it's very useful for that. It's got two handle either side, and then they join together with a Velcro pad like this. So to give it a bit of, there we go. So it's nice and sturdy to carry. I just think for $15.99, so we found it elsewhere, just to do a price comparison for you, for £20.99. So it's extremely good value. And, not what's more, look, there's the quality. Oh, look, there's the $20.99. Oh, it's only $15.99. Also, you can tell the quality. All the seams on the inside are bound. That makes quite a difference, doesn't it? So, but you can choose. You can either have it in purple, exactly the same, does the same thing, got all the same size bags, got the binding on the way round, the 2 zips, but it's in turquoise instead, and it's the same price, and you get a little turquoise pair of scissors. And on both the main zip and the pocket zip, you get the double sliders, so you put everything in. So that's a really good, so if maybe your machine case, some of them come with the sort of the flexible plastic cases. Maybe that's got a bit torn. You want to store it better. You know that you're going to be carrying it around. This is ideal. Will the cutting mat fit in? Yes. You keep your cutting mat in. So say you're going off on your workshop, then you could put your cutting mat in there as well. So we've got a question from Carol. Hi Rebecca, loving today's show. Oh, thank you, Carol. Your crochet top is fabulous. Did you make it, and where did you get the pattern? Oh, that's really sweet. Well, yes, I did make it. Thank you very much. Because we did these short sleeve crochet tops on Yarn Lane, can't remember, maybe 6 weeks ago, a month ago. If you have a look on Yarn Lane, we've got kits of them. We didn't do them in this colour. We did them in white and pale blue, but I just fancied a teal colour. But if you have a look on Yarn Lane, you can see, if you go under kits, crochet, you'll find the kits there we did a white one, and you can either make it with sleeves or without. But I fancied a teal one, so have you found it? So I had to buy, yeah, that's it. There, that is it. And that comes with all the yarn to make the biggest size. We've got the white one. I was just having a look at it in the office. It's still here. I think I'm going to make a white one next. Really like the white one. So if you go onto Yarn Lane, you can see the pattern for it. But it's really nice. You have to wear a vest top underneath, otherwise it'll be a bit see-through. Safety pins. I've got a massive jar of safety pins, and everybody in my house uses them. My husband does a lot of running. And he will go, have you got any safety pins to put my number on? But I use safety pins all the time, and they're the sort of thing that go missing as well. I don't know what happens to them. So really nice to have a big jar of safety pins. And what's good, you've got different sizes. You've got some of these big ones. So say you need something for threading elastic through a casing. You've got these big ones. They're in red. And then you've got all different sizes. You've got purple ones and blue ones and yellow. So really good for sewing things through. But you can also use them. They're quite nice for decoration if you're using like little cards, or you want to pin like Christmas cards up somewhere, the little safety pins. Just really useful. But everyone is always borrowing my safety pins for one thing or another. Don't know why. Just $2.99. And I like the fact that they're colours as well. Different colours. So they are very good for threading things through casing, attaching, but also for decoration as well. Right, last one, got to get the lid back on, is Debbie Shaw's Sewing Room Accessories. I really like this book. There's some lovely things in here. I like it even more now, it's $4.99. But it is a really nice book. So I'm going to just have a quick whiz through the projects because they are gorgeous. So, I mean, you know Debbie, her designs, A, are brilliant, and B, work. So she has great ideas, and the instructions and what she does works. And to me, that's the most important thing. So we'll just have a quick whiz through. I love the pincushion. I mean, it gives you all of the information that you need about, you know, materials and equipment and basic techniques, which is great if you're a beginner. All of this is lovely, but actually it's the projects I'm after. Look at the pumpkin pincushion. Gorgeous. Ribbon stash, yes, perfect. This is where we start asking people, how do you store your things? So that's to put all your buttons and your ribbons. Just a little envelope. Sewing case. Look at all the things. That's lovely, isn't it? That's like your little travel sewing case. That's how she stores her stranded con. Sewing machine cover and mat. Little houses. Love the tidy. That's lovely. So you've got big pockets all the way around to put all your tools in, and then it ties up at the top to keep everything stored. Okay. I think this is amazing value for £4.99. There's your cutting mat carrier. So once you've bought your new cutting mat set, you'll need the cutting mat carrier. But all of these instructions is all about your sewing room storage. I love the tool roll because you've got room. There's only less than 10 of these if you want it. £4.99. You've got, look, a place to put your embroidery hoops, a zip case, and then place to put all of your pens and all the rotary cutters. So because you can make those the length you want, and it all rolls up. Chair storage. So they put that on the side of your armchair when you're watching the TV, and you can put everything in there. I like that. It's the pin cushion. Seam press, that's really useful, isn't it? Because I know exactly what you mean here. When you're trying to press a seam open, you can't get into it, but you put this inside. I was wondering, I wonder what she fills it. Oh, sawdust. It's got sawdust in it, so then you can actually press onto it. What a great thing. Ironing station. So for ironing small pieces of fabric, I find this converted tea table the perfect pressing station. Yeah, absolutely. And then the iron hangs down there. Beautiful sewing machine cover. That's lovely, isn't it? It's all got piping on it. That's really posh, isn't it? The nice hold to put the handle through. Pin and pattern pouch. Look at those. For £4.99, there is so much here. Sewing book cover. This is to keep a log of all your wonderful projects. So how many projects are in it? Does it say how many projects? So then we can work out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah. Kat's going to get a calculator out now. 33 pence a project. What a bargain. And not on top of that, you also get all the techniques and tips as well. Lovely, like oval carry case to keep all of your accessories in. And then there's the whole room. That's what your room will look like when you've made everything. Gorgeous book for £4.99. Well, thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. It's been, I always get them mixed up. It's been a pleasure to come back. I have missed you all over the last 4 weeks. It's been really lovely to be back with you today. Don't go anywhere because Yarn Lane will be with us in a couple of minutes. But on Sewing Street tomorrow, John's back. Let him have the day off today. He's had a hard week, hasn't he? I mean, yesterday must have been manic for him, poor thing. So I'm hoping he's having a rest today. But tomorrow he will be back with you. 8 o'clock, Measure Twice quilt with Susie Duncan. At 9 o'clock, he's got Jude Edmondson in with animal toys. And at 10 o'clock, Susie's back with beginners foundation paper piecing. Oh, love foundation paper piecing. You're going to enjoy that. 11 o'clock, Jules is on with planters. And 12 o'clock, it's sewing machines. So that's tomorrow on Sewing Street. But in a couple of minutes' time, we just need to clear up and come back again. We've got Yarn Lane. Now, if you've been following our block of the month, it is month number 3 of our block of the month. It's all on pre-order on the website, whether you want the crochet kit or the knitting kit. If you have seen block of the month already, you know what's coming. If you haven't, please watch. There's a lot of you out there who really want to learn to knit, learn to crochet, or want some ideas and have learned but want to increase their skills. This is for you. So I will see you back here. You don't need to retune if you're on the TV watching me, but if you're on Facebook or on the website, you need to go on to www.yarnlane.com. Anyway, same P&P, so if you already bought something on Sewing Street, you'll be fine. But if you're a sewer who wants to be a crocheter, don't go anywhere. Well, you've probably got time to make a cup of tea, but I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.